on. Well, almost forgot about the part. Actually, technically, I don't need this because I can actually play this game while chat. You know, just in case I'll hear up. There you go. This. Now we wait. Okay. The good old. Hashtag it. Oh, I should probably. Yeah, thing. Um. There we go. We have music. Music now. Yeah. That's better. Yay for amazing levels. Reminders to self. I'm gonna give it 10 minutes, like, uh, come around 10 minutes. I'll just go start or read the story. Wait, don't any missed it. Well, it's not alright if you wanted to interact, but it's alright if you wanted to just watch the alter the fate state. Again, there, I'll put it probably right after. I guess I'll some kind. Done. Okay, this time I put it with the right title. that's good. Oh, for fuck's sake! Did I actually make this mistake? God damn it. I actually screwed up twice. And one of those screw ups ended up screwing everything. Basically, I don't know how to math. God, I do not know how to math. Math hard. Basic math is hard. I'm joking. So, like, god damn it, my brain. Either way, still have more. Three. Probably should start bringing out like. Cut. And wow. I did those. Actually, yeah. Okay, there we go. Now it, that act their titles correct now, and no longer previous ones at all. Not any threats, I hope. I should try it. What? I think that's one of the videos in. The 100 never got. I never. Guess I must have gone. I'm not. That is not you at all. Fully, I mean, okay. God, the new ones no, but the old, really old. God, surprised. Didn't like time. Well, not even. Completely. Head in the cloud, basically. Go. There you go. All the videos are now in the match. Fine. Okay, 4 more minutes. Still official. So don't stick over here just looking at my face. Gotta close them. Every time I say the word close, it just reminds me of that one episode. With I don't know. It's a very well-known one. I don't remember the actor name out of the top of my head, but it's basically the one where Daffy Duck is basically doing various basically various roles, and he just wing and the editor or the actual first screen sceneries just mixing up the sceneries over and over and screwing with Daffy. And in the well, there's a twist at the end. I prefer people to watch. It's probably that scene that. Yorokobe Shonen, hello Raphael. How are you? Okay. Waiting 3 more minutes because I always do 10 minutes of waiting. For Iberian, I probably won't be able to come around today. As you know, shame. Well, we'll see. Maybe someone else will come around. Maybe Burr will come around. Till then, you're the only viewer. I think you're probably the only one that's like right here. That's like very average day for my. A lonely existence. Yep, like he might be the only one come. Who knows? Maybe Black Reaper will a little later today. You might have at the road. The only, again, Iberian probably not. Euro. Hence, guess he could. Oh, if he will. And then he's like, I'm here, son of a gun. Funny. Okay, I think this time I do click the start button. But I think now I actually do click the start button instead of the load of the extra prologue. So obviously, this time we have to click the prologue button again. Okay, no, I'll shut the fuck up now. I'll shut the fuck up. Sorry. Yeah, we're actually doing start this time. It's triggered. There, down. All right, man. All right. All good. It is just one. We'll actually start the actual route proper, not the prologue. Fine. Wait. I'm still very happy I got the combo, by the way. Today I was like, okay, last chance. Very much yesterday, I was literally like, last chance. It was like, I worked for those 10 for the SQ, by the way. I had to work quite a bit for those for the SQ there. even scratch them up. I had to go for a bit of a limp rate as well, unfortunately. And I got all I needed, thankfully. Get all of it. Kill me. Anyways, 10 minutes have passed. It is high time I start this shit show, because otherwise everyone's gonna leave if they keep looking at my face. Let's start. Rokobe Shonen Inta. I am the bone of my sword, steel is my body, fire. I have created over 1,000 blades, unto death. Have withstood pain, create many weapons, yet those ends never end. So, as I limited blade walks. See, we start with BW's chant. Literal. Literally. Been a while. When okay, time to actually start. When I came to, I was in a burning field. Guess there was a big fire. And for anyone that has actually watched Fate Zero, they know what this is. For anyone that has watched Fate Zero, read Fate Zero or something, they know what this is. The familiar town had turned to ashes, and it looked like the remainings of a battlefield. But that didn't last long either. Fire had died down by the time the sun rose. The tall wall of flame had shortened. Most of the buildings had fallen. It felt strange, being the only thing in that place that still had its charm. Call yourself lucky, I guess. I was the only one still alive around here. I must have been really lucky, or my house was built in a very lucky spot. If I only know it was actually above one of those ley lines. I don't know which it was. The point is, I was the only one left alive. I felt that since I survived, I should live on. That seemed like a decent idea, yes. I started walking aimlessly, because I thought it would be dangerous to stay there. I wasn't really concerned about getting burned up like the people flying around me. Probably because, over and above, I wanted to be like them, I had a stronger feeling in my mind. But still, I had no. It was already a wonder I was still alive, but I couldn't expect to take. I won't survive. I take it back, Iberian is here. Okay, I take it back. I thought you were the one person who wouldn't come today since you were occupied during the week. I guess I was wrong. I take it immediately back. How you doing? Yes, you are. Okay, good to know. Anyways, I hope you enjoy, I guess, while being occupied. I have the phone open with you on background. Makes sense. No, that's fair enough. Good old phone helps to make it easier. The good old best invention of the phone. The cell phone. Okay, I'll shut the fuck up and right now. Anyway, whatever happens, I won't be able to escape from this red. It was such an absolute hell that even a small child could understand it. Anger after zero. Cause a mild amount of mischief, a mediocre amount of trolling. Lol. Oh god. Meanwhile, in hell, and I collapsed. Was it because there was no air? Because no function was left in my body. Anyway, I collapsed, stared up at a clouded sky. Everything around me was burned up, and I could see many shriveled. Dark clouds loomed overhead, helming me rain soon. That's good. The fire will be put out once it rains. In the end, I sighed deeply and I sighed. Sighed? Sighed? sighed, sighed deeply, and looked up at the sky. So what do you think about Scotty, kid? It's interesting, I guess. I mean, our NP is already better than the other one. That's not much to say, though. Our NP is better. Everything, her skills are basically just better versions of her normal skills, except maybe the first one, but even that one, I'm not sure if it's better or worse. It's like, both her second and third skill, I think, are better, right? But then the first skill is the one I'm like, is this better or worse? I'm not actually sure. It's a question mark on that one. Question mark on the first skill. The rest, it's 100% better. And the red P is better, which isn't hard. It's always so funny how nobody except Tokiyomi and this did seemingly not know how the grill works at all. Yeah, exactly. They're gonna buff OG Scotty third skill. Probably, like, the third skill is like just an outright upgrade. It's not even funny. Anyways, in the end, I sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. I say to myself that it hurts. I say so on behalf of all the people who couldn't even say so. Even Koya Light buff. Ooh. I don't think... Does Koya Light have more stuff attached to that one? I don't think that one as much. Like, one thing is Scotty's, which is literally just a charge. Another one is the Koyan Skyo one, which does more than just the charge, if I'm not wrong. So, I don't know if the charge does it. Yeah, then no. Nah. We're not buffing the Koyan Skyo version, no. That ain't happening. That will never happen. Yeah, exactly. I said so on behalf of... Say so. Widescreen. That was 10 years ago. After that, I was miraculously saved. Maybe on the 7th version. Maybe. My body survived. But I think all the other things about burned up and were reduced to ashes. Take away a child's parent, home, and all such things. There's nothing left. That's why there was only my body. I think it's a simple story. In other words, in order to let my body live, my heart died. Yep. Say that again, buddy. Oh, this music. I'm dreaming. I squint my eyes at the white light. So bright, I think. It was just light entering my eyes when I woke up, but I'm not used to it. I probably didn't even understand what the bright light meant. My eyes focused, surprised. I'm lying on an unfamiliar bed in an unfamiliar room. I'm surprised. The room is so wide and that I feel safe.
どこだろうここ。
どこだどこだOkay, too much King-san. My own liking. Okay, let's stop that. I look around. The room is big and there are many beds. How should I use? Person is in each bed and everyone seems... Nothing feels villain. Everyone who's hurt is someone who was safe. I relax and let my eyes... Outside the window, bright sky was unbelievable. Made by heads. Heads will roll. Being careful, going for the batting heads. After a few days, I finally understood. I could remember what had happened in the past. Even so, I was no different when you were born baby. Not just a metaphor. That's the truth. Also, Summer Grams when I didn't even know how they would make a summer skin of a sun. I have no idea how they did that. Anyway, it was a terrible fire. I had been safe from it. I was in the hospital with my body wrapped, and my parents. I didn't get the situation, but I vaguely understood that I was. Like, can you pick up me saying alone? That I was alone. Okay, good. I think I understood quickly. Sec. I forgot to turn it off. I mean, you guys didn't hear it, but I. Where are the options for this crap? This. Turn them off. You vaguely understood you may be related to child murder of a cool servant. Still need fan fury. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, true, fair enough. Weirdly enough, it could technically be air and stuff. You could actually make the case, but a lot of people probably would like hate that option. If that was like for reals. Anyways, let's keep going. I think I understood quickly. Well, there was nothing but children in similar situations. They were the only two redheads in Fuyuki, I know, right? How the fuck would he even have a child? You know what, I'm not gonna question that. And civil around me, so all I could do was absorb the fact. After that, that man came. Right when I was beginning to worry of what would happen next. Came on the day my bandages were taken off, and I was able to eat without help. Wrinkled coat and uncombed hair. The man, a bit younger than the doctor, then the doctor, felt more like a big brother than a father. I'd say if Yonosuke would be like a cousin.
こんにちは。
Probably.
君がシロウ君だね。
Smile that seems to melt into the white sun. I think it was a suspicious voice, but a very kind voice.
率直に聞くけど、孤児院に預けられるのと、初めて会ったおじさんに引き取られるの、君はどっちがいいかな？
Damn. That man was saying you could adopt me. Okay, I guess that's a... Okay, we'll see once it gets to NA. I'm probably not gonna do the GP one, but... Like, when it gets to NA. Well, the orphanage is Kirei's, so... Yeah, fair enough. When I asked him if he was a relative of mine, he said he was just a stranger. Yeah, we're not going there. He looked like an unreliable guy with no future. But it made no difference, as I knew nothing about either one, him or the orphanage. 8 million QP every 30 hours. That does not seem that great of a ratio. Or is it like you just get him outright? I decided to go with him.
そうか。よかった。なら早く身支度を済ませよう。新しい家に一日でも早く慣れなくっちゃいけないからね。
That's fair, I guess. Get used to your new position. The guy quickly started packing my stuff. His packing wasn't very good, even in the eyes of a child. Then, after making a big
おっ
mess...
と。大切なことを言い忘れた。
To know that the notes are a joke.
うちに来る前に
Or the Lancer one.
一つだけ教えなくちゃいけないことがある。
Is that okay?
うん。
Turns to me later and says,
はじめに言っておくとね、僕は魔法使いなんだ。
he's a meg... Well... Okay, I don't understand why sometimes they say megas and sometimes they say sorcerer. It's like... one of you two might know, like, what was the difference? Is there like a difference? It's just like they're using just the same two terms for the same thing. Like, in actuality. It's like, I've seen them write sorcerer, but sometimes I see megas instead. I think megas is the more used one, but sometimes sorcerer comes around here and there. I don't know if there's an actual proper difference. Wait, actually no. Rin did explain. Sorcerer are those who create miracles, aren't they? Everyone else is just a magus. Ah, yeah. But then Rin's explanation is more like maybe it's a traduction. Maybe. Like, yeah, he isn't real magus, but at the same time, like, I remember, like, from Rin's explanation, a sorcerer is basically someone who can make a miracle, and there's, like, only 5. I guess he technically makes miracles then? He's one of the 5 people that can do it? Yeah, fuck it. You know what? Let's keep going with that. If I'm not confusing what she said. Is Shiro ever gonna know the meaning? And is Kirito gonna give half the fuck? Yeah, good point. I don't think either one will know, and the other will probably not give a fuck. Well, fair enough. Itsuku's a gun mage. Ha! Yep. He says it in a serious, exaggerated tone. It happened in an instant. Come to think of it now, I was really a child back then. You would love Koyan as a servant. I don't... In one way, yes. In the other way, probably not. I don't make believe those words.
うわ、じいさんすごいな。
Oh my god. I guess I said so with bright eyes. I mean, come on. You throw magic at in front of a kid, you think he's not gonna be happy about it? Come on. We were Final Ascension, yeah, fair enough. Since that time, I became his child. Actually, I don't remember what I said back then. My father would always talk about that day. He would remember and retell the story again and again. Though for my father, Emiya Kiritsuku, that might have been the happiest day of his life. So, if you had an iPhone in Age of Gods greets you death through magic, I will not explain this sentence. Fuck you. Fine, fair enough. So, I guess it was strange to my father to tell me that he was a sorcerer, but I was strange as well for admiring that. And thus I became an adopted son, and my last name became Emiya. Well then, Emiya Shiro. When I said my name, I was really proud of having the same last name as Kiritsuku. I'm dreaming. Story from my childhood. It was when I finally convinced my father to make me a student. Oh, it must have been about 8 years ago. Emiya Shiro, we summon you! Shiro, you've been summoned, now get the hell in this goddamn Twitch chat. Alright. When I was old enough to stay at home by myself, Kiritsugu started to leave the house on a regular basis. He would say in his normal tone that he would travel the world, and actually act on the words. That's how it was after that. It was normal for him to leave the house empty for a month, and he sometimes wouldn't come home for half a year. Yeah, bro, to Germany he goes. Oh god. Yeah, who knows where he went, realistically? Knowing his job, he might have just... He probably went all over the world. Either that, because we do know where he didn't go. Sorry, Ilya. The Emiya house is a big Japanese-style house, and Jitsuku and I were the only ones living there. I was perplexed in this house at times, as it was too big for a child. But still, I liked my life here. Emiya goes to buy cigs and milk quite a lot. Oh god, no. To Germany to get Ilya only to fail. Yeah, I remember. He did. I know he did try to get Ilya, but the Einsburn did not want shit to do with that. Emiya Kiritsugu would come home from his journeys and tell me lots of stories like a child. And a child who shared his last name would be at home waiting for those stories. I was always alone in the house. That loneliness would all fade with the stories he brought back. The father was who was always chasing his dreams like a kid. His attitude was astounding, but he always seemed dazzling to me. That might be why I wanted to be like him someday. Well, on top of that, looking at my ever-dreaming father, I felt I should become reliable myself. Yes, yes, you should. Oh, don't go too far there, buddy. Don't go too far. Imagine if Ophelia wasn't born. Iris feels death. Would be the end of the Mind Burns. Yeah, that is true actually. Just a second, I need to check something quick. Getting on my uh but there we go. Ooh, there we go. I have no idea what this is. Okay. Gonna there we go. That should hopefully do the trick. I don't know if that made sense. I hope it did, but okay. Uh, da, 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 da. Okay, that should have probably made a difference, and now actually permits me to get everything through. Hopefully. Let's hope the mic picks everything up. I want that the big mic back, but it's not mine, so I have to actually buy that standing mic here. I do have to mic like that at least. Doesn't have to be the same quality as good, maybe as good, but like one of that genre probably would be better than this. Look at my ever dreaming father. Felt I should become myself. And now we technically are done with the prologue to the. Okay, we can officially say we are done with prologues. Officially, that technically still counts. I have the Quadcast S. Yeah, I have to. A bit expensive. Yeah, I need to actually get one. Let's fucking go. I hear a sound. I hear a heavy, old, rusty sound as the door opens. Almost 200 euros. Damn, that's a good one. That's probably a good one. Yeah, I need a much better one, but that will have to be when I actually have a proper job and money to spend. Decently reasonable money to spend. Light enters the dark shed. My mind waking up. My mind waking up.
先輩起きてますか
Feels the cold air and the approaching footsteps.
おはよう、さくら。
Thankfully, we don't have to worry about this.
はいおはようございます先輩
Good to know we don't have to worry about this character for this goddamn run. Sakura smiles and nods as if accustomed to the situation. I'll go or else I will procrastinate as always. Oh, good, man. You take care. Good luck with your job there. Good watch us read. Eventually, don't worry, this will be on YouTube anyways, so if whatever you missed, don't worry, it'll be there. Or on Twitch videos, either or, it'll be there.
先輩朝ですよまだ時間はありますけどここで眠っていたら藤村先生に怒られます
Probably.
そうだな。よく起こしに来てくれた。いつもすまない。
そんなことありません先輩いつも朝は早いですから
For all the slice of life.
こんな風に起こしに来れるなんてたまにしかありません
Sakura seems more upbeat than usual today, as if happy about something.
そうかな。結構さくらには起こされてるぞ、俺。
Hey, Black Reaper. Well, Iberian goes, you join.
けど藤姉が
Nice.
叩き起こされるからさくらの方が助かる。これに懲りずに次は頑張る。
The timing, Black Reaper. The actual timing. Either way, welcome to the stream. Nah, you had to work. Yeah, you had to work too, so there's nothing about that. Don't worry, Vo. You'll watch this later. You didn't miss much, by the way. We're basically at basically at the beginning, so enjoy the ride. I answer her with a sleepy head. I don't know what I'm saying with my mind not. I don't know what I'm saying with my mind not fully awake.
はい、わかりました。でも、頑張ってもらわない方が嬉しいです、私。
Sakura is giggling. I guess my head was still dozing and I said something weird.
ちょっと待ってくれ。すぐ起きるから。
Damn. The cold outdoor air helps in situations like this. Chill works well to beat the sleepiness out of my head. In front of me is Mato Sakura, my junior at school. This is a shed behind my house, and the time is 6 o'clock.
先輩、
目が覚めた。ごめんな、さくら。またやっちまった。朝の支度手伝わないといけないのに。
そんなのいいんです。先輩、夕べも遅かったんでしょ。なら、朝はゆっくりしてください。朝食の支度は私がしておきますから。
Breakfast. Sakura says so in a happy tone. Being fair today, I did not eat breakfast. But I can say I woke up way too late for that. It's unusual. Sakura really seems to be in a good mood this morning.
バカ、そういうわけにいくか。今起きるから一緒にキッチンに行こ
Ah, good
う。
old,
よし、準備完了。それじゃあ行こう、さくら。
good old best waifu Emiya. Good old best waifu Emiya doing his job already.
いえ、その、先輩。
なんだよ。他に何かあるのか？
いえ、そういうことではないんですけど、その、先輩、家に戻る前に着替えた方がいいと思います。
Oh my god. This is probably not gonna help your case. Like Reaper, this will not help your case. The movies are really good though. That said, I looked down at myself. I fell asleep while I was working, so I'm still wearing my overalls. Being my work clothes, they're pretty dirty. I can't imagine what Fujine would say to me if I went into the house like this.
まだ目が覚めてないみたいだ。なんか普段に増して抜けてるな、俺。
ええ、そうかもしれませんね。ですから、朝食の支度は私に任せて、先輩はもう少しゆっくりしていてください。それにほら、ここを散らかしっぱなしにしていたら、藤村先生に怒られるでしょ。
Damn, 5-6 servers back base level. Someone went a little ham.
そうだな。
Just a little.
それじゃあ着替えてから行くから、さくらは先に戻っていてくれ。
はい、お待ちしてますね、先輩。
Senpai. Sakura leaves. Well, I have to change into my school uniform and clear up this mess. The shed is built on the edge of our yard. As it seems, it's a warehouse with all our junk. But for me, it's a place of treasures as I've enjoyed messing with things since I was a kid. Father didn't allow me to go into the shed, but I always sneaked in here. As a result, it became my base. For me, Amiyashiro, I guess you could call this place my real room. Big Amiya household doesn't suit me, and I can only relax in the space full of junk.
そもそももったいないじゃないか。ガラクタって言ってもまだ使えるし。
Most of the things in here are appliances that can't be used anymore. Did I bring all the junk in here because I like the place, or did I come to like it here because of all the junk? Anyway, as I was always sneaking in here, it became my hobby to fix the broken thing. It's not like I get attached to things. I think it just annoys me not to use things that can still be used. And just like that, I was fixing up the stove all last night.
完成は明日か。途中で寝るなんて集中力が足りない証拠だ。
I shook off the feeling of disappointment myself. I gathered up the parts of the stove and put them on the shelf, full of things waiting to be fixed. There are no spaces on the shelf, full of things waiting to repair. An old VCR awaits after the stove. I guess I'll ignore the fact that Fujine broke both of them. Of course it was Fujimura. I changed into my uniform. This place is like my room. It holds a change of clothes along with other things I need. It also has lots of blueprints and junk, the result of failures from when I do my training. There's also some kind of old design inscribed on the floor, like an altar or something.
さて、今日も一日
In
頑張って
hint.
精進しよう。
Hint, hint, nudge, like an altar or something. In hint, nudge, nudge. Clapping my hands in prayer to the shed, I head for the house. Like this? Something? I don't know. I emerge from the shed. The Amiya house is a Japanese-style house on the outskirts of town. My father wasn't much of a respected person in town, but he somehow still had this huge house. That, on its own, is a mystery, but it also seems he didn't have any relatives in Japan. That's why the house became mine and no one else's when my father died. Though, to be honest, I don't have that kind of management ability. Old man Fujimura is in charge of complicated things like inheritance and property taxes. Old man Fujimura is the big landlord in this neighborhood. According to father, the old man's like a yakuza boss. Of course, this is just prejudice. That would answer the third ascension on Jaguar, actually. He's not like a yakuza boss. He is a yakuza boss. Well, that's a problem in itself, but I prefer to ignore it. It's certainly true that he's energetic and scary, but it's actually not that bad of a... It really helps me as he pays a lot when I tune up the motorcycle he likes to ride. Anyway, that's why I'm the only one living in this big house. It's been 5 years since Firelight. Days have passed quickly. I sig thinking about how much I've grown in those 5 years. Sig, sigh, I don't know. I've trained every day to be like Kiritsu, but it's not like that. But it's not that easy in reality. It's natural because I had no talent to begin with, but what can be said about having no improvement at all in 5 years? Jesus, poor Amiya. Oh god. Sum up the present in one sentence. My goal is so far away that I'm not even at the starting line yet. Yeah, you really are not the best mage in existence. No, I guess it won't do any good to rush. For now, I have to do what I can. Well then. By now, I should... Okay, this is the first choice of the game, chat. And since technically we're doing Fate route, I'm gonna go ignore... I'm gonna ignore Sakura. I'm gonna go ignore Sakura for this one. This option will take, but not in this route. I mean, I could. There's just no wrong in me actually taking the I'll go and help Sakura option. But Sakura in shambles right now. Yeah, I know, but like, believe me, I'd probably choose this 9 times out of 10. We're doing this just to see the difference, mainly. Because I'd probably still choose this no matter what route I choose. Because, it's just a nice thing to do, but... Like, we'll do the second one just to see what we get. Because we'll probably be doing the first one in... Well, one of the routes obviously will be doing the first option. The other route, maybe, we'll think about it. This one, we'll just do this. It doesn't really matter. It does matter, but not for what I'm trying to get to. The Emiya house has a big dojo. It was built when a house... It was built when the house was built! Fair enough. Do I count that? Do I count this as a good old, like, fate? Like, does this count? Actually, on that department, I forgot about something. 1 second. There we go. Does this, it was built when the house was built, count as a fate line? Am I put, it does count. Okay, good. Good. 1 second then. Snip this shit. That's the, we're on 2 by now, by the way. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, like at this point we have 2 lines. I'll be putting this, by the way, in the pictures art X. I guess I'll just put it in memes for now. Like, like this is ridiculous. It was built when the house was... Fuck's sake! Oh god. Oh yeah, right, 2 hotlines, ha ha ha. Next, it was only intended as a hobby.
さて
I'll warm up a bit before breakfast. I'm not really studying martial arts, since father told me, if you want to be like me, you'll have to train your body first. It became my daily routine to work out.
99 100
I finished my routine sit-ups and changed out of my gi into my uniform. Sorry about that. Ugh. What the hell? I slept in this morning, so I cut short off my workout. Ugh. Some sit-ups with no stretching should be enough. I'm not the kind to build up a lot of muscle, and it's not like I want to get into a fight. All I need is enough athletic ability to handle sudden accidents and to move as I wish when I have to. That's actually fair. After all, the thing I want to become is the complete opposite of an athlete.
もうこんな時間か
What, a scholar? I put the sweaty gi into the laundry basket. It's 6:20. In our house, even this is a late time for breakfast. Jesus, how early do you eat? Breakfast is already prepared. I can smell the elegant scent of breakfast befitting Sakura.
お疲れ様でした。こっちも朝食の支度終わりましたよ。
I'm sorry, there was way more for just breakfast is ready, senpai.
サンキューすまん俺が寝過ごした分さくらに無理させちまって
Okay, she must have said way more than just breakfast is ready, senpai. I am so sorry, but that was way too much dialogue for that.
そんな全然無理なんかじゃないですよ。それに寝坊なんかじゃありません。先輩は部活をしていないんですから、この時間は十分に早起きです。
部活は関係ないよ。それを言ったら朝練があるさくらがうちに来てくれるのってすごい早起きじゃないか。
Oh yeah, well, little detail for anyone that doesn't know, Sakura does not live here. So, if she already woke up at 6 in the morning, how early did Sakura wake up? You don't want to fucking know.
いえ、私は好きでしていることですから、部活のことは気にしないでください。
まあだから俺も 部活に関係なく早起きしたいんだ。さくらが来てくれるなら、その時間には起きてないと失礼だろ。
For me, waking up early is waking up before Sakura gets here. And sleeping in is making Sakura prepare breakfast on her own. Like today. Though this has only been a habit for a year and a half or so.
先輩、そういうところこだわりますよね。三辻先輩、エミヤは粗雑なくせに律儀すぎてうるさ
A
い。
gentleman has standards. Yeah, I know. Mitsuzuri is the captain of the archery club Sakura is in, and someone I have a lot of acquaintance with.
あいつ、まだ俺の文句をさくらにこぼしてんのか？
はい。先輩が卒業するまでに何としても社でうならせてやるって毎日頑張ってます。
You know, I like to call that's actually Sakura. I just want to say this. That feels like that's actually Sakura's smug face. I could actually see that being actually Sakura's actual smug face. Anyways.
今じゃあいつのが段位高いだろうに。あれかな、思い出は無敵ってやつかな。美化されてるのは悪い気分じゃないけど、それも人によりけりっていうか。
Also, it's really nice to know that Emi is a really good archer.
三辻先輩、
Shiro is a
す
good
っご
archer.
く負けず嫌いですから、きっと心の中で先輩をライバルみたいに思ってますよ。
Sakura puts rice into a bowl as she talks. It's almost 6:30. The archery... Oh my god. Second. The archery club's morning practice starts at 7. Not mandatory, but she can't afford to take it easy.
藤根はそろそろか。ま、この時間に来ない方が悪いんだし。さくら、先に食べていいよ。
そうですね。はい、どうぞ先輩。
Sakura hands me the bowl with a smile. Then, I'm used to this every morning, but her white fingers catch my eye. How can I put this? It's troubling. She must be maturing as she seems really feminine these days. Okay, here we go. Her casual movements are beautiful and she often takes my breath away. The opposite of reaction to not feeling anything for her until now, but I'm noticing more and more feminine characteristics in her. More like, buddy, you are growing and, maturing yourself and noticing shit you didn't before.
先
Like
輩、
you're getting older.
どうかしましたか？
It's like you're hitting puberty. Okay, way past that point already, but there you go. Puberty, buddy.
いや、どうもしてない。どうもしてないから気にしないでくれ。
Honestly, why am I feeling tense around my friend's sister? She's a good underclassman and junior I need to take care of. First of all, the relationship between me and Mato Sakura is that of a senpai and a junior. She's the sister of a close friend of mine, but since she's a grade below me, we weren't that close. It all changed a year and a half ago into this cooperative kind of relationship. Sakura came to cook when I was injured, and after that, I think we just ended up like this. If people forget, but Shiro is horny. Yep. I think we intend to do it until my injury healed, but some trivial thing came up to make her stay with it. Anyway, Sakura is a good cook and perfect at cleaning and doing laundry. Being fair, she is pretty good at just being a housewife as well. General as well. Don't mean anything bad about that for anyone that wants to take it out of context immediately. But you can't deny she is good at cooking, cleaning, and laundry, so she basically would make a good housewife. That doesn't take it. That I'm just saying that doesn't mean she would be only a housewife, obviously. Now, anyway, to explain how the Mato house looks like with 2 people in there. Yeah, pretty much. She's been a big help around here, but it's been a bit troubling recently. The problem is not in Sakura, but me. I don't know about that, but Buddy might actually not be. Frankly, Sakura is beautiful. She's one of the best looking first years, and I'm sure there are lots of guys who want to date her. And on top of that, she's been growing in certain places recently, and some of her casual answers have started to catch my eye. Okay, well, that one ain't even subtle. That's not even subtle. God damn it. That's what I mean by a small problem. Maybe I'm just feeling guilty about being attracted to my friend's sister. And this is why Heaven's Fuel Route is canon. Okay, I'll stop. They're all canon by Nasuverse rules. Usually I'm fine, but when I'm caught off guard, just like just now, I blush. Does this make me an unsuitable senpai? Nah, but it just makes you just like any other guy, I guess, more than anything else. You're still technically more of a gentleman than... Breakfast is placed on the table. A perfect breakfast consisting of chicken salad, cooked salmon, spinach, radish, and carrot miso soup, and yam stew. That is way more than I would ever eat for breakfast. Jesus fucking Christ.
Itadakimasu.
Sakura and I bow and start our meal quietly. Sounds of our chopsticks echo. Sakura isn't the talkative type, and I'm not versatile enough to talk while eating. Naturally, meal times are quiet. Usually it's louder, but today the loud person is... Nope. Must have been watching spy movies last night as she's eyeing us while hiding behind a newspaper.
藤村先生、ご飯時に新聞は見ない方がいいと思いますよ。
Fujine ignores Sakura's question. He's acting weird, but Fujine always acts in suspicious ways during breakfast. Sakura must be used to it, and continues to eat with no particular care. Sakura prefers to make Western foods. She learned to cook Japanese food after she started coming here to help. Fujine and I prefer Japanese, so Sakura learned to make Japanese food for our breakfast. Now she's so good that she's almost surpassed me, her teacher. Salmon is especially good as it's cooked to perfection. Yeah, also a reminder to everyone in the existence, Emi is a good cook. And Sakura as well, by the way. Technically, Sakura is also a good cook. The miso soup is tasty, and she has shown some capacity even for making yam soup by grinding yam. Actually, I think the Maoros just hit Russian dishes. I mean, Western cooking doesn't immediately mean in Russian cooking, but could be. Actually, it could be. I mean, she did Western cooking.
悪い。さくら、
Oh, shit.
醤油取って。
Just a second. Actually, I think this is the first time she made it.
はい。
じゃあ、藤根のでいいや。取って。
I fucked that up.
藤村先生、いいですか？
The Russians, that's why. Probably. You know what? Let's go with that. Probably. Fujine nods. Her newspaper trembles.
はい、どうぞ。とろろ汁に使うんですか？
なあ、とろろには醤油だろう、普通。
I put the soy sauce onto the white yam. After stirring it, I put it on the rice and take a bite. Thickness of the yam, taste of the soy sauce.
うわ、まずこれソースだぞ、ソース。しかもオイスター。
I almost threw it back up. Fujine throws her newspaper away.
どうだ。朝のうちにソースとお醤油のラベルを取り替えておく作戦なのだ。
Female spy throws up her arms to show her happiness.
朝っぱらから何考えてんだあんたは。今年で25のくせにいつまで経っても藤ねは藤ねだな。
んだ、昨日の恨み思い知ったか。
What the hell did he do yesterday?
みんなと一緒になってお姉ちゃんをいじめるやつには当然の天罰ってところかしら。
天罰ってのは人為的なもんじゃないだろう。なんかおとなしいと思ったら昨日からこんなこと考えてやがったのか。
そうだよ、おかげでこれから急いでテストの採点しなくちゃいけないんだから。そういうわけで急がないとやばいのだ。
Virginia sits back down and finishes breakfast quickly. I had fishes like when.
朝ごはん今日も美味しかったよ、さくらちゃん。はい、お粗末様でした、先生。それじゃ先に行くわね。二人とも遅刻したら怒るわよ。
My God Almighty. And she runs off. There's something wrong with a world in which that thing is a teacher.
先輩。
すまない。せっかくの朝食だっていうのに藤ねのやつろくに味わいもしないで。
Poor Sakura.
いえ、そういうのではなくて、昨日藤村先生に何かしたんですか？食べ物に細工するなんて藤村先生にしてはやりすぎですから。
Dude, I'm curious now. What the hell did he do to her?
いや、それがさ、昨日ついあだ名で呼んじまった。
Oh no.
それじゃあ仕方ありませんね。先輩、藤村先生に謝らなかったんでしょう。
面目ない。いつものことなんで忘れてた。
They called her the
ダメですよ。
nickname.
藤村先生、先輩にあだ名を言われるのだけは嫌がるんですから。また泣かせちゃったんでしょう。
Who pissed off Sakura?
泣かした上にダットのごとく走り去らせた。おかげで昨日の英語は自習だった。
And I was awarded a student honor written on note paper. But I threw it away.
もう、それじゃあ、今朝のは先輩が悪いです。
Virginia is like a big sister for Sakura, so she is basically on his side. That's good in its own way, but I wish she'd consider my situation where I have to deal with Virginia 24/7. Virginia was originally an acquaintance of father's, and she's been coming to the house a lot since I was adopted. She started to show up even more after father died, and now almost a dependent. Breakfast and dinner here. Nope. Maybe she's why I was able to make it on my own even after my father died. Virginia, Sakura, and I are now the residents of the Emiya household. Question is, how many more are we gonna have by the end of this whole thing? Ha ha ha! Like, I think at least 2. But I'm the only one who knows that my father was a Magus. It's said that Magi must hide their identities. That's why I've been hiding the fact that I'm learning magic ever since I became my... Oh, but now he calls them Magus! For fuck's sake! Okay, translation issues. Fuck it. I'll take that. I say I'm learning, but I can't even cast a single magic spell properly. With this kind of a skill, it wouldn't make much difference whether I hide it or not. But because it was how my father wanted things, I've trained secretly since then. Finish breakfast and prepare for school. I clean the dishes with Sakura while listening to the news on TV. Sakura is staring at the TV. Over the screen runs an exaggerated teletype reading, "Gas leak accidents continue." It seems there was a big accident in the neighboring town of Shin. It happened in a building in a business district. It seems a whole floor of people ran out of oxygen and fell unconscious. They've called it a gas leak, but This kind of accident is happening often recently.
今のニュース気になるのか、さくら。
Oh, that could have been. Maybe it might have been her doing that farm. But theirs, maybe.
いえ、別に。ただ、事故が信徒で起きているなら近いなって。先輩、信徒の方でアルバイトしていますよね。
してるけど、別にそんな大きな店じゃないよ。今のニュースみたいな事故は起きないと思う。
But it's not a risk I can completely ignore. Gas leaks can happen in any building, and on top of that, it hurts to think that hundreds of people are suffering. It's sad that the accidents are happening often because of defective construction or during the rapid development of Shinto. Whether it's true or not, I certainly don't want any more victims.
物騒な話だ。俺たちも気をつけないと。
あ、それならご心配なく先輩。ガスの元栓はいつも2回チェックしてますから安心です。
Thank you, Sakura. Also, smug face. Sakura boasts with pride.
いや、そういう話でなくて。
Yeah, I thought so before, but Sakura is a bit off. Good job, Aaron, protagonist.
先輩、裏手の戸締まりはしました？
Can we also give him denseness EX? Okay, maybe not denseness EX, but like denseness D at the very least. I feel like but that's like every Aaron protagonist. Let's be absolutely fair. Every single one of them is dense as fudge. Oh well.
したよ。缶抜きかけたけど問題あるか？
ありません。それじゃあ鍵かけますね。先輩、今日のお帰りは何時ですか？
少し遅くなると思う。さくらは？
私はいつも通りです。多分私の方が早いと思いますから、夕食の下準備は済ませておきますね。
うん、助かる。俺もできるだけ早く帰るよ。
We locked the gate. Sakura and Fujine also have keys to my house, and the rule is that the last person out locks up.
行こうか。急がないと朝練に間に合わない。
はい。それじゃあ少しだけ急ぎましょうか、先輩。
They're already doing a better job of locking up their building than the people in the Karno Kyokai movie. Walk down to the town together. Passing the long wall and going downhill, we reach the residential district. My house is on top of the hill, far away from the center of town. Going down a hill takes us to the residential district, and beyond that, we reach the crossroads at the center of this town. From here, there are many roads, a bridge leading to the neighboring city, a hill road that leads to Ryudo Temple, the residential district on the other side of town, the shopping district Sakura and I always use, and the school we're headed to right now. We head for the school without stopping elsewhere. We don't talk much as we all walk up the hill. Since it's still 7 o'clock, there aren't many others on the road. Other than us, all you can see are a few others heading to their morning practices.
それじゃあまたな。部活頑張れよ。
I park with Sakura at the school gate like usual. Sakura's in the archery club, so we have to park here in the mornings. But today, Sakura doesn't go.
さくら、体の調子悪いのか？
いえ、そういうことじゃなくて、先輩、たまには道場の方に寄っていきませんか？
いや、別に道場に用はないぞ。 それに今日は一斉に頼まれてるから生徒会室に行かないとまずい。
God damn it, Shiro, get a fucking clue. Anyways, sorry. I know, plot, but I had to in this case. Just get a clue.
そうですよね。ごめんなさい。余計なことを言っちゃって。
Sakura bows. Question mark.
それじゃあ失礼します。晩ご飯楽しみにしていてくださいね。
Why every goddamn protagonist of anything has to be this dense? I'll be good. This should be fucking. One of these days, this will be alcohol and not actually water. I'll be dead by the end of the freaking stream, probably. Nah, probably not. But I will probably be KO'd. I will probably be KO'd by the end of the stream. Ugh. Please do not actually drink while, you know, doing streams. Probably not a good idea in general unless it's an actual drunk. And even then, it's probably still a terrible idea. Just don't do what I say. One shot per fate line. God damn, I'll be done. You know what? It might not be that bad. I mean, we're only at 2 right now, so technically I'd be fine. Sakura runs off like she's ashamed of something. I wonder what that was all about. Fuck's sake! Shiro, you goddamn dense. For goddamn sake.
いるか？
いるぞ。今朝は少し遅かったな、エミヤ。
What do you say? Must have been studying as Issei looks up from the paper he's.
一斉だけか。他の連中はどうしたんだ？この時間なら登校しててもおかしくないだろう。
How many hours of play do I already have? Second. Save up. Case. Since this is technically like a relatively new thing, this actually has a way to check it. Okay, I put it there. Like I could put it. I can go to the. Turns up. There we go. Like this has something of the genre to check. There you go. 10 hours. I have 10 hours. Though reminder that probably an hour was spent just in the menu, just out of pure setting shit up and waiting and stuff like that. So it says around 10 hours right now.
一斉だけか。他の連中はどうしたんだ？この時間なら登校しててもおかしくないだろ
いや、
We are nowhere
あいに
close
く
to
と
being
うちのメ
done.
ンバーはビジネスライクでね。働く時間帯はきっかり決まっていて、早出と残業はしたくないのだそうだ。
Of course.
う。それで生徒会長自らが雑用か。ここはここで大変そうだな。
何？好きでしている苦労だ。
Just a
エミヤ
little
に同
more.
情してもらうのは筋が違う。
I think it's just a little more to get to the more interesting part.
ん？いや、一斉に同情なんてしてないぞ。
Like this is a good like start. I mean, they are basically setting up the scenery and the characters and stuff, but like the thing gets good is like I think it's like starting from day 3 or the 2nd of February, if I'm not wrong, is when stuff gets good, is when they get to 2nd of February. Since we're like technically in the last day of January right now, it's still just a little bit of setting up. But you know, it's kind of a necessity.
それはそれで無念だが、聞き流すとしよう。情が映っているということでは同じだからな。
Also, for anyone that didn't get it already, like this part of the story happens at the same time as Reen's prologue. Like the prologue you just saw happens at the same time as this is on right now. Issei, who is organizing the papers he was reading, is the big boss of the student council. He's the guy trying his best to reform the slack student council. and he's been a friend of mine since first year. His full name is Ryudo Issei. Despite his old-fashioned name, he has elegant features and he's really popular with the girls. And he's also the student council president, so you'd think he'd take to it like a duck to water, but
うん。やはり朝は舌がしびれるほどの熱湯が良い。
just sipping tea like this, so he's not that firm. As you can see, Hisei has a plain personality. It's easily misunderstood, but he doesn't involve himself in love affairs nor engage in normal student recreation. It's because he's the successor to the Ryudo Temple up in the mountains. He's fine with that idea, but there's a good chance he'll shave his head when he graduates. I don't know if I'll finish the anime before playing the novel. I managed to download it. Yeah, you'll probably finish it before being done with this novel.
それで今日は何をするんだ
And if you go at my pace, even worse.
まあともかく座って一服と言いたいのだが時間がないな。移動がてら説明をするゆえいつもの道具を持ってついてきてくれ。率直に言うとな、うちの学校金のバランスが極端なんだよ。
知ってる。運動系がひいきされてるもんで他に予算がいかないんだろ。
うん。結果文化系の部員は絶えず不遇の扱いでな。今年から文化系に予算が行くよう尽力しているのだが、予算の流れが不鮮明でうまく回っていない。特に冬のストーブ不足に関しては打開策がまるでない。
そうか。マイナスドライバーくれ。一番大きいやつな。あと動線も。うん。これぐらいならなんとか。
動線？これか。すまん。よくわからん。
Yak anime embraced reading. Yeah, at least now you can do it in your own time.
間違っていたら叱ってくれ。
You don't actually need to read for hours like I'm. Now you can just like read a little bit and come back. Like do half an hour of reading. Man, I remember that my PC was crashing when I went to watch Stay Night crash and the board burn. Jesus! Damn, that goddamn, what the hell? That is that PC was dying.
当たってるからいいよ。で、ストーブ不足がどうしたって？ここ以外にも故障してんのがあんのか？
ある。第二視聴学室と美術部の暖房器具が怪しいそうだ。新品購入願いの嘆願書が刻一刻と増えている。
けど予算にそんな余裕はないと。やっぱり劣化してるだけだな。中がイカれてなくて助かった。
うん。治りそうか、エミヤ。
治るよ。こういう時古いやつは分かりやすくていい。配線系のショートだから新しいのに変えればとりあえず今年いっぱいは頑張ってくれる。
I thought it was a sign that I should wait a little longer and watch. Yeah, I guess I can understand that at least.
そうか。やるな、エミヤ。お前が頼りになると極めて嬉しいぞ。
おかしな日本語使うね、一世。
Yep.
もう少しで済むからちょっと外に出ててくれ。
うん。エミヤの邪魔はせん。
Issei leaves the room quietly. It seems he assumes that I'm going to do something delicate.
いや、デリケートといえばデリケートなんだけど。
Place my hand on the old electric key. Usually, even if you're used to fixing things, it's hard to figure out what's wrong with it just by looking. So the fact that I figure it out means what I'm doing is not ordinary. I block off my vision, look inside the heater with my sense of touch. That moment, an image appears in my head.
電熱線が断線しかかってるのが2つと、電熱管はまだ持つな。電源コードの方は絶縁テープでなんとかなる。
Good. I can fix this with the tools I have. The pipe were broken. It couldn't be fixed by an amateur. If that had been the case, I would have had to strengthen it in a very how the fuck to say this? In a very unamateurish way. Unamateurish way? But in this case, just looking at it will suffice. How the? Is that an? Okay, 1 second. I actually. Is unamateurish an actual word? Even Google doesn't tell me if this is an actual. Anyway, that is the magic Emushiro learned from Kirito.
よし、始めるか。
Take the cover off and start to work. I already know where it's broken, so the rest is easy.
これだけは得意なんだけどな、俺。
That's right. Emushiro has no talent for magic. But it doesn't make up for it. I think I'm quite skilled at visualizing structures like I did just now. In fact, when I first figured out a structure and reproduced it, my father looked surprised and said, "What a useless ability." I guess my strong point isn't the useful ability. According to my father, it's already a waste of effort to perceive the structure with my eyes. For real makers, there's no need to understand every corner of a structure like I just did. They say that the battle of the Magus comes in reading the center, or of things instantaneously, and charging it faster than anything else. That's why reading a structure is a wasted effort, as if you do understand the structure, all you can do is determine where magical energy could be more easily transmitted. So all in all, it turns out that my strong point is just in fixing things like this. I don't have to open them up to look for the damage. If I can quickly search for broken parts and have the skills to repair them, most things can be fixed. Well, that's only the case for simple things that can be fixed with amateur knowledge.
よし、終わり。次に行くか。
I pack away the conducting wire that I used and go out into the hallway with screwdriver and wrench in hand. Meanwhile,
いっせ、修理終わったぞ。
but in the hallway is someone else apart from Issei, a girl. Ah! There's the second waifu. I'm a bit surprised. The person talking to Issei is Tosaka Rin from class A. Tosaka. She's a lady who lives in a big mansion on top of the hill, a perfect honor student. Good looking, smart, athletic, and faultless. She's intelligent, well-mannered, and modest about her looks. People say she's the ideal woman. Though it hardly needs to be said that the guys at my school treat her like an idol. Though in Tosaka's case, she's so perfect that she's considered unreachable. It's commonly believed that only teachers and guys like Issei can even talk to her. Well, to be honest, I'm a guy too. So I'm one of Tosaka Rin's admirers. Horny Shiro, there we go. Tosaka looks at us as if she's in a bad mood. It seems to be true that she and Issei don't get along.
と、悪い。頼んだのはこっちなのに、エミヤに任せっきりにしてしまった。許せ。
Whoa. Issei's an amazing man talking like that and ignoring Tosaka.
そんなこと気にするな。で、次はどこだよ。あんまり時間ないぞ。
ああ、次は視聴覚室だ。前から調子が悪かったそうなんだが、この度ついに天寿を全うされた。
天寿全うしてたら直せないだろ。買い直した方が早いぞ。
そうなんだが、一応見てくれると助かる。俺から見れば臨終だが、お前から見れば仮病かもしれん。
Yep.
そうか。なら試そう。
There's only about 30 minutes left to go home. I'll have to hurry if I'm going to fix it. Again, this is basically the beginning of the prologue with Rin. That you remember. This scene is remembered. I started for the AV room, say, but it's impolite to ignore it completely when we've met like this. Turn back to Tosaka, who's standing in the daze.
朝早いんだな、登坂。
Oh. Make an honest comment, then follow Ise. There we go. Ugh.
ギリギリ間に合ったか。すまんなエミヤ。また苦労をかけた。頼み事をした上に遅刻させては友人失格だ。
別に気にするな。俺が遅刻する分には大したことじゃないだろ。ま、一星が遅刻するのは問題だけど。
もっともだ。いや、間に合ってよかった。
Ise heads to his seat. Leave. It's exactly 8 o'clock. First homeroom bell has rung, so finish here in about 5 minutes. I'm a bit out of breath since we ran here from AV. Taking a deep breath, I head to my seat.
朝から騒がしいねエミヤ。
Oh
部
no.
活を辞めてから何をしてるかと思えば、竜道の太鼓持ち？僕には関係ないけどさ、うちの評判を落とすようなことはしないでよね。君、なんていうか、節操ないからさ。
Well, let's hear. Mato Shinji, a friend of mine from middle school, is standing in front of my seat. As you can tell from his last name, he's Sakura's brother, who's 1 year older than her.
よ、弓道部は落ち着いてるか、シンジ。
当然だろ。部外者に話してもしょうがないけど、目立ちたがり屋が一人減ったんで平和になったんだ。次の大会だっていいところまで行くさ。
そうか。三綴りも頑張ってるんだな。
Shots fired.
何見当違いなこと言ってんの？弓道部が記録を伸ばしてるのは僕がいるからに決まってるじゃんか。エミはさ、とっくに部外者なんだから、知ったような口を叩くと恥をかくよ。
Seaweed, seaweed. I mean, his hair does look like seaweed, so I guess in that case, yeah, fair enough. Also, shots fired.
そうか。気をつけよう。もっとも、弓道部に用はないから関わることはないけどな。
I put my bag on the desk and pull out the chair.
何それ？僕の弓道部には興味がないってこと？
興味じゃなくて用だよ。部外者なんだからおいそれと道場に行くのは変だろう。けど何かあったら言ってくれ。手伝えることがあったら手伝う。弦張りとか弓の直し、シンジは苦手だったろ？
そう、サンキュー。何か雑用があったら声をかけるよ。ま、そんなことはないだろうけどさ。
ああ、それがいい。雑用を残しているようなやつは首相失格だからな。あんまり藤村先生を困らせるなよ。あの人、怒ると本気で怖いぞ。
余計なお世話だ。ともかくお前はもう部外者なんだから、道場に近づくなよ。
Well, I'll be fair, I hardly believe they're friends. Like, from Shinji's attitude, it's really hard to say that they are actual friends. Like, seriously, the way Shinji treats him really feels like... Man, it feels more like only... It really does feel like, you know, Shiro is the only person that actually considers him a friend. It doesn't feel like Shinji considers him a friend. I don't know, the way Shinji talks is just really, you know, does not bring a lot of positive to your head, realistically. Shinji returns to his seat in his usual manner. Seemed even more irritated than usual today.
ふざけたやつだ。自分からエミヤを追い出しておいて、よくもあんな口が聞ける。
Is he still your friend?
なんだ伊勢、いたのか。
なんだとはなんだ。気を利かして聞き耳を立てていた友人に向かって、なんと冷淡な男だお前は。
I'll be fair, Issei is probably a better friend than Shinji is, so I'll give that point.
なんで気を利かすのさ。俺一斉に心配されるようなことをしてないぞ。
たわけ、心配もするわ。エミヤはカッとなりやすいからな。真珠に殴りかかれば皆は喝采を送るが、女どもからは非難の嵐だ。友人をそんな微妙な立場に置くのはよろしくない。
そっか。うん。言われてみればそうだ。ありがとう、伊勢。そんなことにはならないだろうけど、今の心配はありがたい。
うん。わかればよろしい。だが意外だったぞ。エミヤは怒りやすいくせに、マトウには寛大なんだな。
That is actually surprising.
ああ。あれは真珠の味だからな。付き合いが長いと慣れてくる。
Okay, I don't know if this feels so wrong in so many levels, but Shiro just said, like, God, that should not be something you get used to.
うん。そんなものか。
Really should not.
そんなものです。ほら、納得したら席に戻れよ。そろそろ藤村先生がすっ飛んでくるぞ。
あの方は飛んでくるというより浮いてくるという感じだかな。
The homeroom bell rings. Homeroom teacher usually would come 5 minutes early, but our homeroom teacher isn't like that. For class 2C, homeroom starts 1 minute after the bell rings. Right when we hear... And Fujine runs into the classroom.
おーし間に合ったー。みんなおはー。
Wham. Fujine falls over with a terrible sound. The classroom is filled with silence, in contrast to the clamor from a second ago. Sudden change of atmosphere, just as you expect from Fujine. Her nickname of Human Jet Coaster isn't just for show. But there really was a bad hit. Fujine is still on the ground, having hit her hand on the platform. You can't see her expression head facing the ground, but it gives you a bad mental image.
おい、前の席のやつ、先生起こしてやれよ。
やだよ。近づいた途端パクって食べられたら怖いもん。
ミミックじゃあるまいし、さすがに藤村でもそこまでやらねえだろ。
あんたね、そういうんなら自分で起こしてあげなさいよ。
うわ、俺パス。こういうの苦手。
私だって苦手よ。だいたいなんで女の子にやらせるわけ？男子やりなさいよね、男子。
Front row is getting noisy. As we're in the middle rows, we can't tell what sort of state. We can't tell, so we all stand up to
ちょっ
look.
と先生動いてないぞ。気絶してんじゃないのか？
Someone asks. If so, the problem would be how to get her to the nurse's office. Everyone here is a warrior who has been with Fujine for the past year. They probably want to get out of the habit of taking their teacher to the nurse's office.
藤村先生、大丈夫ですか？
A brave female student calls out to her. Fujine doesn't even twitch. A sense of worry runs through the room.
まずいって今の転び方。こう頭から直角に教壇に突っ込んだじゃないか。あれで無傷だったら藤村無敵っぽいって。いっそのこと野球部にスカウトするのはどうだろう。やめろよな、そういう脅しは。タイガーが顧問になった日には俺たち甲子園行っちまうぞ。
Is that a good thing?
藤村先生、藤村先生。ダメ。なんか反応ないよ。
おい、お前目の前なんだから起こしてやれよ。やだよ俺。 もし死んでたら殺されかねねえ。
What?
でもだからってほっといたら後が怖いと思うし。
Got a point.
でも誰も近づきたくないと。
Everyone is deathly afraid of Fujimura.
仕方ねえな。こうなったらあれしかないか。
うん、あれだね。
Oh no.
せーの。
All our hearts become one. Well, not Shinji and I, because we're too scared.
せーの。
Even though everyone said it at the same time, it's only as loud as a whisper. The tiger part is especially quiet. But still, Twitch. Silent Fujina reacts.
お、動いた。効き目ありだぞみんな。
よし続けろ。ガコロートンの刑じゃ。
Everyone must be stressed from the impending exam. Even though they shouldn't, they repeat Fujina's nickname while waving their arm.
起きろタイガー。朝だぞ。
先生、起きないとタイガーです。
負けるなタイガー。立ち上がれタイガー。よし起きろ先生。それでこそタイガーだぜ。
Damn! This classroom has no fear, do they? Jesus.
タイガーって言うな。
There we go. Much better. A roar of lightning. She stands bravely as if the fall has done nothing at all.
みんな何してるの？ダメよ、ホームルーム中に席を立っちゃ。ほらほら、始めるから座りなさい。
Fujina stands before everyone in her usual manner. It seems all memories from the moment she entered the classroom have fled her head.
おい、タイガー覚えてないみたいだぞ。ラッキー。朝からついてるな、俺たち。いや、ついてるっていうのかな、こういうの。
Everyone returns to their seats chatting.
今誰か先生のことバカにしなかった？
え、してないっすよ。気のせいじゃないっすか。
そっか、ならよし。じゃあ今朝のホームルームを始めるから、みんなおとなしく聞くように。
Fujina starts homeroom slowly. She chats in between the announcements, so we don't get through it very fast.
そういうわけだから、みんなも下校時刻を守るように。門限は6時だから、部活の子たちも長居しちゃダメよ。
6時って言ったらすぐじゃんか。タイガ先生、それって運動系は免除されないの？
されません。それと後藤くん、先生のことは藤村先生って言わなくちゃダメなんだから、次に名前で呼んだら怒るからね。
はーい、以後注意します。
Goto-kun sits down again, not showing any signs of listening to her. How stupid of him. Fujina gets mad when she says she will. It makes no difference that he's a student and she's a teacher. He doesn't realize that she just gave him a final warning.
それじゃあ今日のホームルームはここまで。みんな3次元目の英語で会おうね。
Fujina leaves, waving her hand. The teacher responsible for class 2C, Fujimura Taiga. Her nickname is Tiger. You might doubt it, but it really is her nickname. People like calling her so since she has a name like Taiga, but Fujina herself hates the nickname. According to her, it's unfeminine. But she's that kind of person, so I think it's her own fault she has an unfeminine nickname.
授業を始める。日直礼を。
Teacher for the first period enters as Fujine exits. It's like this every morning. Fujine continues homeroom until the very last minute. And the classes end like every other day. there are many kinds of students that go to clubs, ones that hurry home, and ones that stay in the classroom for no reason. It looks like I won't be in any of those categories.
すまない。ちょっといいか、エミヤ。今朝の続きなんだが、今日は時間あるか。
いや、予定はあるといえばあるけど。
It's not like I'm just playing around. After all, the main reason I quit the archery club was because I wanted to prioritize work. It's already been 5 years since father died, and I decided to start working to pay my living expenses. That's responsible. If you work a lot, there are some jobs you just can't refuse. Today's an example. They're restocking inventory at work, and they ask me to come in if I can, as any help is appreciated. But it's certainly not something I have to go to. They're probably just having people come in because they want to party after. So Shiro's going out partying. Fair enough. It's party time in Shiroville. There are two options. I'll go and help out the student counselor, or we go to work. I don't think, and once again, one of these does matter, by the way. Again, so, little shtick here again. This is still the part that I still have an eye. So, one of these matters, the other one does not, so to speak. We are doing the one that does not matter. Why? Because the one that matters. Oh, Maya choice indeed. Who the fuck it? So, the top option matters, but not in the route we're trying to take. The bottom option does not matter whatsoever. It's like the one before this one. This one is just for flavor text. This one here matters if you're trying to go one of the free routes specific. But since we're going straight first, it don't matter. I'll go to work. Feel sorry for Issei, but I should prioritize work. I didn't promise to be there, but I said I'd do my best to be there, so I should. I think fair, it's actually a very responsible thing to do. So, yeah.
いや、悪い、一世。先約があるんで、今朝の続きはまたにしてくれないか。
先約？ああ、例のアルバイトか。そうか、それは困らせたな。こちらは今日明日で身体が決まるものでもない。俺の頼みなど気にせず、労働に励んでくれ。
すまん。明日の朝一で続きをするから、それでチャラにしてくれ。
ん？そこまで深刻な話でもないと言っただろう。急を要していたものは今朝で片付いた。残った修理品はエミヤの手が空いた時で構わんさ。
そっか。じゃあ、バイトの休みが取れたら続きをするってことでいいかな。
一切ない。その時はまた頼りにするぞ、エミヤ。
Sis says farewell and leaves the classroom.
さて。
Sure, hurry off. Even though there's no set time there, I should head for the neighboring town if I'm work.
参ったな。ほんの手伝いのつもりだったのに、3万円ももらってしまった。
Started receiving a windfall, I guess. Copenhagen, the place where I work today, is like a liquor store and a bar. A lot of people are needed to talk him. It's a big job that takes at least 5 people, and it doesn't hurt to have more people help. But the boss just said to everyone in
手伝える人は手伝ってね。
completely relaxed about it. But as it turned out, I was the only one who came, along with the boss and his doctor, Neko-san.
バカだねあんた。そりゃ誰も来るわけないじゃん。
Neko-san was scolding the boss, but I showed up to be a victim, defying their expectations. 419. What? Why are you? Wait a second. What? Oh, the amount of yen he got. Yeah, 30,000 yen. Huh. Well, that. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. The more I know, I guess. Yeah, that I don't know. Yeah, I guess that is bullshit. They welcome you with a cheer and we decide to clean up the storage area as best we can. Until before we realized 2 hours had passed and finished restocking in.
驚いたな。シロ君はあれかな。ブラウニーか何かかな。
After work, the boss eats a brown cake while pressed.
違います。力仕事には慣れてるし、ここのバイトも長いし、倉庫のどこに何があるかぐらいは把握してるからです。伊達にガキの頃からここで働かせてもらってません。
You know, this is one of those options I had never chosen because I never thought it was going to be. You know what? Fair
そ
enough.
っか。あれ、シロ君ってもう5年だっけ。
I had never chosen this option. This is a first.
そのぐらいですね。親父が亡くなってからすぐに雇ってくれたの、親父さんのとこだけだったし。
ありゃりゃ。まあ、僕も年を取るわけだ。
He eats his rum cake. Neko-san is drinking hot sake next to him. The family is well balanced as the boss likes sweet things while his daughter likes spicy things. So,
けど助かったわ。こんだけやってもらって、おだちんがケーキだけっていうのもあれだし。はい、これ僕からの気持ち。
he hands me 3 10,000 yen bill. A reward then matched for the 3 hours of work I did, much more than I would get even for even a week of work.
どうも。
Hey, I hesitate but decide to accept what I'm
ん
and as a
ちょい待ち。エミヤ、今日の話誰から聞いた？
as I'm leaving Copenhagen, Neko-san stops me while curled up in front of a heater.
確か古見さんですけど。
はあ、学生に自分の仕事を押し付けるんじゃないってのよ、あのバカ。まあそれはいいとして。何？じゃあ今日の棚卸しまた聞きだったのに来たんだ。
まあ暇だったら手伝ってくれって感じで。
古見もバカだけど、エミヤンもおバカさん？
Yeah, we're an idiot. Good job, thank you.
まあいいけど。君さ、人の頼みを断ったことないでしょ。前に私と父が風邪で寝込んだ時も店番してくれたし。
This really does show how goddamn nice that Shiro is. I mean, it's really nice to see.
別にそんなことはないですけど、俺無理な注文は受けませんもん。自分でできることでできる場合だけ引き受けますから。
あん時君も風邪ひいてたんだけどね。まあいいけど、私が何を言いたいかっていうとですね、エミヤンはいいやつでちょっとバカで、そのあたり私は心配なので、今度藤村にちょっとは顔出せやこらと伝えておいてほしいのです。
Full stop. So, okay, I know it's him, Shiro, but nonetheless, he actually went to take care of the store where both of the owners were sick while he himself was actually sick as well. What the actual fuck, Emiya? Well, Jesus, there's being selfless and being, you know, this. Jesus. Neko-san circles her finger while drinking some hot sake. She seems to think I'm a firefly or something.
はあ、とにかく藤姉に伝言？
そう。じゃあね。あんまし頑張りすぎんなよ、少年。
God damn it, Amy.
いつの間にか橋越えてら。
Made it from the neighboring town of Shinto back into Yama City while I was daydreaming. Also, technically canon, it's not, you don't pick this option, by the way, obviously. I walked through the moonlit town. Waking up the road, walking up the road, waking up, walking up the road. Notice there aren't many people around. The time is around 7. There should be people around at this time, but there's no sign of anyone.
そういえば確か
There was some crime here in Yamasi a few days ago. Burglar murdered someone. That must be why there's no one around. Why the school curfew became 6 o'clock.
ガス漏れに強盗か。物騒なことになってきたな。
Yes, it has. No wonder there are fewer people walking around at night. It's getting too dangerous to let Sakura go home on her. Sakura's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. Starting tonight, I should walk home. For a moment, I can't believe my eyes. There is someone on the road which I thought was empty. The person is standing above me as if looking down on me. Uh-oh. Okay, and on that, I'll be right back because I need to go to the bathroom. So, bathroom break for a few minutes. I'll be back in a bit. And I'm back. I see the 20-year-old. Exactly. Oh. What? That. Fuck. There we go. And we're. Thank you. So. Yeah. So. Oh shit. We are realizing it. Like. Second. Freaking. Short. While realizing it, I hold my breath. The silver-haired girl smiled and descends the hill without a sound. As she passes,
早く呼び出さないと死んじゃうよ、お兄ちゃん。
she says something to the train. I go up the hill in my house. The lights are on. Sakura and Fujine must. Then he dies. Okay. I smell dinner the moment I enter the living room. At the table are Sakura and Fujine, of dinner. It seems the main dish tonight is chicken and cream, and Fujine, who loves white sauce, is in a good mood.
おかえりなさい先輩。お先に失礼していますね。
ただいま。遅くなってごめんな。もうちょっと早く帰ってくればよかったんだけど。
いいです。ちゃんと間に合いましたから。ちょっと待っててくださいね。すぐ用意しますから。
うん、頼む。手を洗ってくるから、人のおかずを食べないように藤姉を見張っといてくれ。
Ha!
はい、きちんと見張っています。
I return to my room. It's a fairly empty room compared to the shed. But since I don't have any hobbies, I think it's quite decorated. Jesus! You call this decorated? Man! Like, it's the bare minimum, I feel. Actually, less than the bare minimum, maybe. Most of them are random things. Yeah, is left here, though. What rare things? I don't see anything. I wash my hands, change, and return to the living room to find my dinner ready.
いただきます。
はい、お口に合えばいいんですけど。
Sakura is terribly modest. She read me more like lifeless calico. Yeah, I know, right? My god almighty. Her cooking skills have vastly improved the past year. She has me completely beaten at Western style foods, and I can barely beat her at Japanese. Neither of us have touched Chinese. I'm pleased my pupil is getting better, but it's kind of depressing when the teacher is defeated by the student. It's as good as I expected. Chicken becomes hard the longer you cook it, so it's juicier and tastier if you roast it before cooking it, even though it's tedious. That's done perfectly here. It's a master skill, forever beyond the clumsy.
どうでしょうか先輩。その今日のはうまくいったと思うんですけど。
文句なし。ホワイトソースも絶妙だ。もう洋物じゃさくらにはかなわないな。
さくらちゃんがご飯作ってくれるようになってからお肉関係が美味しくなった。
That Fujine, who had been preoccupied with her food, lifts up her head.
あ、ダメよシロ。学生がこんな洋服に帰ってきちゃいけないんだから。
Ah! It seems she's in a bad mood now that she's seen my face, even though she was happy because of dinner.
もうまた誰かの手伝いをしてたんでしょう。それはそれでいいことだけど、こんな時ぐらいは早く帰ってきなさい。最近物騒だぞってホームルームで言ったじゃない。
That is true.
あれ、シロに対して言ったんだからね。
あのさ、わざわざホームルームで言わなくてもうちで言えばいいんじゃないの？
ここで言っても聞かないもの。
学校でガツンと言った方がシローには効果的なんだもん。
先生、それは職権乱用というか公私混同だと思います。
That is a good point, Sakura.
それぐらいしないとシローはダメなのよ。いつも人の手伝いばっかりして損してるからさ。たまにはまっすぐ帰ってきてのんびりしててもいいじゃない、バカチン。
バカチンとはなんだよ、バカチンとは。いいじゃないか、誰かの手伝いをしてそれでその人が助かるんなら損なんかしてないぞ。
キリツグさんに似たのかな。シローがそんなんじゃお姉ちゃん心配だよ。
Yeah, I'd be worried as well. I don't exactly know how she's worried. She's energetically munching down her dinner.
藤村先生、今の話からすると先輩って昔からそうなんですか？
昔からそうなの。なんか困ってる人がいたら自分から手を出しちゃうタイプ。けどおせっかいってわけじゃなくて、シローはね、単におませさんなのだ。
Yeah, laughs dangerously.
藤ね、余計なこと言ったら怒るぞ。もうさくらもつまんないこと聞くなよな。
I glare at them. Junea clicks her tongue and backs down.
お話を続けてください。
Sakura is taking the lessons seriously.
じゃあ話しちゃおう。これがね、シローは困った人を放っておけない性格なのよ。弱きを助け強きをくじくってやつ。子供の頃の作文なんてね、
Oh
僕
god.
の夢は正義の味方になることですだったんだから。
She told me about things from so long ago. But it's all true, so I don't interrupt. Anyways, becoming a superhero is a goal I must not stray from now.
わあ、すごい子供だったんですね、先輩。
すごかったよ。年上の男の子にいじめられてる女の子がいたら助けに入ってくれたし、キリツグさんが武将だったから家事だって一生懸命こなしてたし。あの頃は可愛くて純真だったのに、それがどうしてこんなひねくれた子になっちゃったんだろうな。
God.
そりゃ藤姉がいたからだろう。ダメな大人を見てると子供はいろいろ考えるんだよ。悔しかったらちゃんと自分で飯作ってみろ。
Oh god. I don't know why I find this so funny. It was so innocent back then. And also, touche, Arrow. Touche. Fujine crumbles. I thought she might drop her head and repent, but
お姉ちゃんは悲しいよ。さくらちゃん、おかわり。
Fujine asked for a third bowl. Jesus Christ, Shiro. Relaxing after dinner, it's almost 9 o'clock.
さて、何をしたもんか。
There's some time before my evening. I should. Okay, decision number 3. Here's the part where I go. We have 3 options that, you know. Okay, so to get to the point, again, 3 options again, right? One of these 3, once more, only one of them matters. Realistically speaking, again. Only one of these actually matters. However, for this one, once again, that one option does not matter for what we're trying to do. So, right now, I'm gonna play with Fujine out of pure department that this could be funny. So we'll go do the play with Fujine one. Obviously, the one that matters is taking Sakura, obviously. But this time around, we were not doing that. we're just gonna play Fujine and see how that goes. Well, it might be fun to see how.
だな。さくらにつまんない話しやがって、好きあらば仕返ししてやる。
何？お風呂入ってたんじゃないの？
Fujine is silent. Orange. On the table are two orange skin-shaped lights out. It's some curse that she can't even spin an apple, but she's rather talented at artistically peeling oranges. That is impressive in a weird way.
風呂は後にした。さっきの話でケチついたんで、風呂の前に文句言っとこうと思って。
別にいいじゃん。もう昔のことなんだし、さくらちゃんも喜んでたし。それよりはい、今日のノルマ。シローは1日1個だからね。
Takes an orange out of a small box and throws it.
って、みかんぐらいで怪獣されないぞ。さくらだったからいいようなものの、学校であんな話するなよ。一世あたりが変な心配するから。
みつづりさんは大笑いしそうだけどね。なんて言われなくても分かってるわよ。シローの子供の頃の話なんてさくらちゃん以外にはしないから。
だからさくらにもするなって言ってるの。あんなつまんない話されたらさくらだっていい迷惑だろ。もうないと思うけど今度やったら怒るからな。
I glare at Fujine to show her that I'm serious.
はっはー。なんだ、そっか、そういうわけ。つまりシローはそうなのよ。
Oh god, no! Oh no, she's making the face! Making the Neko face! Oh no! The Nekos are attacking! Not this shit again! Oh no, not the Neko face. The fucking Neko face. Fujine just screams wildly and she seems very pleased.
なんかこうカチンときたかも。何納得してんだよ、バカトラ。
Oh, I glare at her stupid face.
トラでもいいよーだ。要するにあれでしょ。シローはさくらちゃんに知られるのが嫌だったのよ。他の人に正義の味方になりたいなんて知られても気にしないけど、さくらちゃんに知られるのは恥ずかしかったわけね。
She got you there. I don't think so.
そういうことならどんどん話しちゃうから。そっか、シローもようやくさくらちゃんを意識しだしたか。教師としてちょっと心配だけど、保護者としてはちょっと安心したかな。けどお姉ちゃんはちょっと寂しいかな。
Says so with great emotion, then she throws a whole orange into her mouth. Jeanette can eat things as big as her fist in one bite. Like she literally goes Neko mode and literally just big Neko mouth. Just gobbles it up and I guess it'd be an attractive quality somewhere in the savannah, but I don't think an older woman needs such wild charms. Devour the Saiba. Yeah, exactly.
あれ、先輩、お風呂入ってたんじゃないんですか？
And Sakura finished the dishes, comes to the living room.
なあ、藤姉に話があってちょっと後回し。さくら、みかん食べるか？
Reaching for the stack of oranges. Strange sort of events, but staying here with them would be fun.
それならさっき藤村先生にいただきました。私用に取っておいてくれたおみかんで美味しかったです。
さくらちゃんは生の果物はダメだからね。調理したやつかアイスみたいに冷やしてないと食べてくれないのだ。え、さくらちゃんそろそろ時間？
はい、後片付けも済みましたから今日はもう帰ります。
そっか、じゃあ あ私もおいとまするわ。さくらちゃん行こう。最近は物騒だから近くまで送って行ってあげる。
Ceases her mass consumption of oranges and stands up. Her actions are almost those of a responsible elf. Almost.
いいんですか先生。
当然でしょう。さくらちゃんもシロウも私が預かってるんだから、ちゃんと家まで送り届けないと。シロウもそれでいいでしょ。私たちが帰ったらちゃんと戸締まりして寝るのよ。
了解。藤姉なら鹿が出ようが熊が出ようが安心だ。
What the hell?
そうでもないわよ。さすがに熊は無理でしょ。うん、無理だからここまで逃げ帰ってくるね。そしたら二人でやっつけて、明日は熊鍋かな。
I do believe she probably would kick the bear's ass. I don't know why. I just have the. Fujina smiles confident. Yeah, Fujina usually does her own thing and causes havoc. But when she's acting as a teacher, she's a very responsible person. Yeah, when she's acting as a teacher and
行
all
こう
that.
か、さくらちゃん。
Every other
また
moment.
明日ね、シロウ。
Every other moment. Let's.
それじゃあおやすみなさい先輩。
They leave the house. I follow them out to the entrance, lock up the house as Virginia instructed. And so the day ends. Before midnight, Emiyashiro must carry out his daily routine of magic. I stretch out and twist my. I try to empty my mind. I ignore everything around me and pay attention only to what is inside me.
トレス。
Tres on. As if to hypnotize, I feel like, yep, I fucked that up. 1 second. Close it up. Problem solved. Oh, the dark. I remember a spell and I'm. No, I really am hypnotizing myself. As I have no magic rest and no knowledge of magic, the spell is only a change to myself. Normally, there are no lines in the human body to allow the passage of magical energy. To artificially change my body to create such a line, I need enough concentration to unify my whole body and every minute. Magic is a battle with yourself. For instance, at this very moment, I am inserting a burning steel rod into my backbone. This battle rod is the only magic circuit I can prepare for myself. When I inserted it this deep into my body and connect other nerves, I can finally become a magus. This is not a metaphor. In reality, something like a burning tongue, which cannot be seen or felt, is being inserted in my back.
僕は魔法使いなんだ。
Emi Kiritsugu, man who said so, was really a magus. Living magus who performed many marvels and had touched the very structure. As a young child, I admired him and asked him magic. But you cannot become a magus just from effort. It requires born talent and a knowledge. And of course, I have no talent, and Kiritsu taught me nothing magic. He said something about me having no need knowledge. I still don't know what he meant by that, but still, it doesn't matter to me, and it didn't matter to me. I thought that if I could use magic, it would be like it. But I was not born with talent, no strength of magic, but accumulated works of magic handed down for generations. The work of magic Kiritsugu possessed, magic rest passed down the Emiya family, can only be passed on to a blood relation. He meant Shiro shut the fuck up and try living a normal life. Exactly. Good luck with that. The magic rest forces a rejection on those with no blood relation. So, as an adopted son, I could not receive the Amiya family's magic crest. Well, anyways, as I don't even know what a magic crest is, it doesn't matter if I have one or not. No, puff Goetia. So now all it comes down to is training what I can. If I want to be Omegas, I have to learn magic with my nature. To be blunt, magic is the way to use one's magical energy. You could say that magical energy is my life force. It is divided into two forms: a large source, mana, floating around the world, and a small source, odd, created inside oneself. It goes without saying that the large source is superior to the small one. The power of mana is on a completely different level from odd. Whatever the form of the magic, the spell using the large source far exceeds one using only one power. That is why, as a pure mage, I excel at drawing magical energy in the world. It's like a filter. Omegas turns his body into a filter, sucks up the matter from the world around him, and changes it into something he can use. Then there is ether. We don't talk about ether. Yeah, we don't talk about ether. This filter is what we call a magic circuit. This is the talent one is born with, and the number of the magic circuits within you is determined the moment you are born. Normally, human beings do not have many magic circuits. To begin with, there are always very few. That is why Magi piled them up generation after generation, making their children more suitable to use magic. I hear some families go too far and increase the number of magic circuits by selective breeding. Well, since I was raised in a normal family, I don't have many magic circuits. So that leaves only one method open to me. According to Kiritsugu, every person has at least one form of magic they are fit for. He said something about drawing out magical energy appropriate to their origin, but I didn't really understand. All I know for sure is that even I have some magic I can use, and if I train that magic, I may be able to become like Kiritsugu. That is why I learned only that. That was 8 years. After a lot of thought, Kiritsugu finally accepted me as a student.
いいかいシロ、魔術を習うということは常識からかけ離れるということだ。死ぬ時は死に、殺す時は殺す。僕たちの本質は生ではなく死だからね。魔術とは自らを滅ぼす道に他ならない。
I guess I had no fear as a child. Kiritsugu smiled bitterly, putting his hand on the nodding Shiro.
君に教えるのはそういった争いを呼ぶ類のものだ。だから人前で使ってはいけないし、難しいものだから鍛錬を怠ってもいけない。でもまあそれは破ったって構わない。一番大事なことはね、魔術は自分のためじゃなくて他人のためだけに使うということだよ。そうすればシローは魔術使いではあるけど魔術師ではなくなるからね。
Yeah, like Kiritsugu. I guess Kiritsugu didn't want me to become a mage. Well, for very good reason. I don't care about that. I admire a mage. I admire Kiritsugu. If I can become like Kiritsugu and be there for someone like that on that red day, that will be. I think. Feel the iron rod in my back sliding. If I lose control of my breathing now, it would be a fatal mistake. The artificial magic circuit takes away my body, and if that happens, I'll die. I will be only an amateur, failing such an element step. I grind my teeth, connect. I After battle, like walking on needles, the iron rod finally arrives within me, my body. The process took me about an hour. After that much time, I'm finally able to make one circuit, magical energy.
基本可視解明
Oh. After that, becomes a process of naturally flowing magical energy. Emiyashiro is no magus. He is only a magic user. He can create magical energy within his body and channel it into objects. There's only one magic possible, which is
構成材質解明
strengthening objects. It is a magic of strengthening that reinforces the object's abilities by understanding the object's structure and channeling magical energy into it.
基本可視変更
Before me is a metal pipe. I will channel magical energy into it, form the simplest magic, and reinforce its durability. Basically, channeling your magical energy into something other than yourself is like pouring poison into that object. It's just as the blood of Emiyashiro is not the blood of the metal pipe. Pumping different blood only accelerates its breakdown. It certainly wouldn't strengthen it. To prevent that, and to turn the poison into a tonic, one must completely understand the structure of the target and channel the magical energy into small open spaces.
構成材質補強
It must be easy for skilled magas. For me, who cannot even create sufficient magical energy, it's as hard as hitting a target hundreds of meters away. The usual target in archery is 28 meters away. How much harder is it at many times that distance goes without saying. The heat in my body quickly escalates. The burning pillar in my backbone disappears, and the lungs stretch to the limit and air. I arc my back to hold off the days, almost making me pass out.
くそまた失敗か
There's no change in the metal pipe. It seems that the magical energy I poured into it has evaporated into the air.
元から形があるものに手を加えるのはきつい
The thing I'm attempting is like adding something to an already complete work of art. Adding to a complete object risks making it less perfect. Adding unnecessary things will actually decrease the value. That is why the magic of strengthening is simple yet difficult, and only a few magi use it willingly. It's not like I use it willingly either, but it can't be helped, as this is the only thing I'm good at. It would be much easier if I form something out of clay and use it instead, but a substitute in appearance doesn't have the internal structure to match. The junk around here is a good example. When I fail with strengthening magic, I make some substitute objects to practice and down, but they all end up with nothing inside. I can visualize something's structure easily, so I can make the outside look like the original, but it's empty inside. And of course, it doesn't do anything. I wipe the sweat off my brow. Now that I think about it, I realize my whole body is sweating like I've been drenched with a bucket of water. But I'm lucky it just ended like this. That was really bad. If I'd taken a second longer to recover myself, I would probably have destroyed most of my body.
死にかけた分上達するならまだ見込みがあるんだけどな
Not even that easy. But it is true that you won't improve your magic if you're scared of death. As long as you study magic, death is always right beside you. Even a simple magic repeated every day can go off with a simple mistake, taking the cast of life.
魔術師にとって一番初めの覚悟とは
Kiritsugu said so sadly. Maybe he meant that he didn't want me to take such a step.
誰かを助けるということは誰かを助けないということ。正義の味方っていうのはとんでもないエゴイストなんだか。
Hiritsugu said that to me when I told him I wanted to be just like him. I still don't know what he meant, but Emiyoshiro asked to become a superhero who goes around saving, just like Emiya Kiritsugu.
その割にこんな処方がうまくいかないんだもんな。なんでいざって時に雑念が入るんだ。バカ。
Baka. It's not enough to understand the structure of an object with your vision. Skilled Megas only detects what's important and channels magical energy without waste. My dream is to become a superhero. I remember what Fujines said during dinner. I don't think it's embarrassing or impossible. It's already determined. Emiyoshiro will succeed Emiya Kiritsu. That's why even though I'm inexperienced, I've done everything I can. I don't know what kind of a person a superhero should be, so I can only approach it by helping others within the limits of my ability. I have aimed straight for that goal for the past 5 years, but when things just go wrong like this, I drift out.
もう点でわからないよ、親父。一体さ、何をすれば正義の味方になれるんだ？
Don't. There's your answer, Shiro. Don't. I look up at the sky from the window. It's not like I can just randomly do deeds. I think being a superhero is different from just helping others. I know that, but the question is, how can I become one? The difference between the two is the thing I've failed to understand for the past 5 years. And next day, woo! Finally! God damn, I forget the first day is goddamn long. And it's just gonna get longer from here on, let's be fair. My awakening is dark. Perhaps I just don't dream much, but unless something really special happens, I always seem to have the same. What I imagine are swords. I don't know why it is. This is the only thing that comes to my mind. There's no meaning or reason. It may just be one of the aspects making up Miyashiro. There are no dreams to dream. The only things I recall from sleep are things I was taught a long time ago. For example, about Magi. Even if I'm an amateur, I'm Vegas, it's only natural for me to understand the kind of world I live in. Frankly speaking, Amegas is an exception who deviates from modern society. But even exceptions must band together to survive. Father told me that the group of Magi is called the Magic Association. He also said that I shouldn't associate with them. Magic Association hides magic and organizes Magi. They basically keep watch to see that Magi do not affect society with magic. But the strange part is that they do not profit of magic. Misuse of magic. Very misuse. Wow, if I... Weirdly enough, chat, if I talk like really slow, like you can't hear it. Like the mic will not pick up. Very... Just heard a bit there. If I talk like and actually say yak squat. Yeah, by the looks of it, if I lower my voice too much, like the mic will not pick it up. I'm going to go to after nutrition. I can't stand it rabbit anymore. Have a good one, Black Reaper. See you next time, man. Just that. Fuck. The mouse stopped working. Okay. Even if a magus carries out his research at the expense of the lives of many ordinary people, the Magic Association will not punish him. Their priority is that magic should not become public, so they do not ban magic. So they're crazy people who think you can do anything as long as you don't get caught. Anyway, the surveillance of the Magic Association is thorough. Most magical research would cost the lives of ordinary people, and as a result, the existence of magic become public. So the association does not allow research that would harm society. The Magi stay at home and research quietly. The normal world carries on unmolested. Hence, Magi only try to hide themselves to escape the association. So perhaps I just don't know it, and Omegas lives in this town. I hear Fuki City is a spiritually excellent area. Such an area always had a distinguished magus with a history. They are called the Second Owner, an elite, and the association trusts the area to them. Magi who would live in the area must visit them and obtain their permission to construct a workshop. Looking at it like that, we're thieves living here without the permission of the landlord. Father was an outlaw who criticized the association and moved here without the consent of the administrator of Yuki. The owner doesn't know that Emiya Kiritsugu was a magus, and Kiritsugu didn't know the owner was. With reasoning like that, I think our position is ambiguous. Father, the real magus, has passed away. And I, his son and pupil, don't know the Magic Association and have not the skill to be a magus. From the association's point of view, they would want to catch an amateur like me doing things I've seen no movement yet. No, I've heard that Japan is relatively hidden from the eyes of the association, so I think I've just not been found out. I'm surprised Japan, of every country in existence, is the one where they don't pay attention to. Literally, out of every country in the world, Japan is hidden from the eyes of the association? Seriously? But that doesn't mean I can let my guard down. People say that the eyes of the association are everywhere. On top of that, if you commit a crime with magic, heretic hunters of the church will come after you. That just means that whatever you use magic for, lack of care will create enemies. I am Yoshiro, just have to study independently, taking that into account. I wake up to see the sun shining in through the window. The sun may have just risen as it's still a bit dark outside.
さすがに朝は辛いな。
I get up, trying not to be affected by the morning chill, and quickly fold up my futon. It's 5:30. One of my waking up at this time, no matter how late I go to sleep. I do sometimes make mistakes and wake up late like yesterday, but I usually wake up early.
それじゃ朝飯と。
Since I let Sakura do all the work yesterday, I have to return the favor. I should finish preparing before Sakura arrives. Oh god, we finally got to day 2. Holy fucking god, liar. I cook rice and make some miso soup. There was radish and carrot yesterday, so I make onion and potato miso soup today. I also make the usual broth egg and broth boil, and I'm done. I cut and salt the sori and stop just before cooking it.
よし、こんなんでいいか。
It's almost 6 o'clock. I finished earlier than expected, so I have some extra time. We're not stuck in limbo, let's go. Yeah, I know, right? So, what should I do?
そうだな。これだけ時間があれば一汗流せるか。
I think there's supposed to be a choice there. So, interestingly enough, there's kind of a check there that we didn't get because of the options we didn't take for, as I said. I don't think it would even trigger that till we get to that route, but yeah, usually there probably would have been a choice here if certain choices have been made. The morning exercises are my daily routine, so I'll go and move my body a bit. I mean, we've kind of already seen him do it in the dojo choice. Yami also has a splendid dojo. It was built for pleasure when the house was built, so there's no particular purpose.
ま、藤姉が好き勝手使ってるけどな。
I hear that this place was Fujine's playground even before I came here. But I became curious as a student and started using the place a lot, so Fujine hated me back then.
さて。
There's only one thing to do now that I'm here. Even Omegas cannot neglect to train their body. One of the requirements for Omegas is to have excellent physical abilities. Say that to every wizard of every shonen manga / anime. While Kiritsubo was alive, we had many matches here. Well, it was pretty much him beating on me, so I didn't learn anything about how to win in a fight. But I think I learned the differences between a fight and a battle. In other words, I was taught the difference between killing your opponent and beating your opponent. Knowledge and experience are different. Unless I know in advance, it's hard to tell whether I'm involved in a fight or murder. It's a simple story. As long as you learn magic, you might destroy yourself. Times will come when you have to fight. For a magi, a fight means killing each other. So I think what Kiritsu wanted to teach me was to prepare my mind for the prospect of death. But it's been a while since my teacher passed away. On my own, all I can do are simple exercises. Things like push-ups, sit-ups, and stretching. Not too different from the morning practice I did in the archery club. The only difference is if I'm training lightly, heavily. Well, breakfast time?
おはようございます先輩。今朝はもう済んでしまいましたか？
ねえ、朝食の支度なら済んでる。あとは食器の支度と魚に火を通すだけ。
あ、それならお手伝いします。食器の支度は任せてください。
Sakura is cheerful. And behind that admirable junior...
あ、この匂いはシローの卵焼きね。
Is that a...
今朝はシローの朝ごはんなんだ。
Is that a tiger mug? Is that actually a little tiger mug? Aww. Fujine moves slowly to the table.
まあ、あれは放っておいて。
First, I have to cook the fish I've prepared.
さくら、皿は真ん中のやつ使ってくれ。その方がうまく見えるから。
Now, and then it's no wonder they somehow, for some reason, made an anime which is all about Emiya cooking. Maybe because of these scenes. I don't fucking know. That actually exists. It's still so shocking that
この表
exists.
面がブツブツのですか？
そうそれ。焼き物は皿にも気を配らないと手抜かりになるからな。で、大根はもう吸ってあるから。
Sakura takes out a dish from the back. I think I saw a faint bruise on her wrist when she forward.
さくら、ちょっと待った。
はい。何ですか先輩？
その手首のあざ、なんだ？
Looks away awkwardly. And that tells me who caused that.
またシンジか。あいつ、妹に手を挙げるなんて何考えてやがる。
違います先輩。これは転んでぶつけちゃったんです。ほら、私鈍いでしょ？ だからよく転んで怪我ばっかりしてるんです。
The
バカ
first hint.
転んだぐらいでそんな技がつくか。信じのやつ、どうやらまだ殴られ足りないみたいだな。
Please do. Please,
ダメで
Shiro.
す先輩。これ本当に兄さんは関係ないんです。私が一人で怪我をしただけなんですから、先輩に怒ってもらう資格なんてありません。
Shiro, please, for the love of God, kick his ass. Sakura falls silent. Sakura looks calm, but she is pretty obstinate. It's useless to say anything to her now.
わかった。さくらがそう言うんならそういうことにしておく。
はい、ごめんなさい先輩。
だからどうしてそこでさくらが謝るんだ。悪いのはシンジだろ
At the mention of Shinji's name, Sakura looks away awkwardly. In other words, he is the cause of that bruise. Mato Shinji has a bad habit of being hard on his sister, Sakura. This isn't just being hard on a sister, Shiro! First noticed it about a year ago. Sakura is injured sometimes and just evaded my question when I asked about it. When I asked Shinji about it, of all things, he said he was the one who hit Sakura. When I asked him why he hit her, he said he just hit her because he felt like it. After that, I got pissed and did to Shinji what he did to Sakura. Since then, we've been estranged. I still don't regret punching him. Thank God for that. But I think it's my fault that Sakura is worse.
先輩、兄さんとは仲直りしてくれましたか？
う。うん、したよ。別に初めから喧嘩なんてしてないから仲直りも何もないけどな。
先輩にとってはそうでしょうけど、兄さんにとっては喧嘩をしたことになるんです。だから気をつけてください。
Sakura says strange things sometimes.
気をつけろってシンジを？
Yes! This guy is only because of.
はい、兄さん、先輩を目の敵にしてるって聞きました。先輩が退部するようになったのも兄さんのせいだって。
それは違う。部活を辞めたのはシンジとは関係ない。いや、そりゃ多少はあったかもしれないけど、そんなのはさくらが気に病むことじゃないぞ。確かにシンジの言う通りちょっと見苦しいからな、これは。
I pointed my right shoulder. There's a scar there. It happened a year and a half ago. Shipment collapsed on me during work and I hurt my right shoulder. I got out with just a broken bone, but the shipment was the hardest one and I got a burn on my skin. After that accident, I quit the archery club. My school archery club emphasizes formalities as they let us shoot formally even as students. Men expose their right shoulder when they shoot. Shinji commented that it might be indecent for someone shooting formally to have a scar on their shoulder. Since I was getting busy with work, I quit the archery club right then.
先輩、しつこいようですけど、本当にもう弓は引かないんですか？藤村先生も怪我なんて支障はないって言ってるのに。
何を平和な。藤姉は全身骨折しようが支障ないっていうやつだぞ。
You know, Emiya has a point there. That probably is true. I don't think she would give a shit, even if you broke every bone in his body. She'd probably just like, you know, that's absolutely goddamn normal. Every second of the time.
先輩、私、真面目な話をしているんです。
I should answer seriously too, but I can't give her the answer once.
当分は部活をしている余裕はないよ。弓は好きだけど優先するべきことじゃないし、しばらくは間を取ろうと思う。
しばらくってどのくらいですか？
気が向いた頃かな。ま、さくらが卒業するぐらいまでにはなんとか。その時はよろしくな、さくら。
Put Sakura's shoulder. I pat Sakura's shoulder.
私、その時をお待ちしています。
And she nods so powerfully that it seems she might drop the plate she's holding. Jesus, Sakura, calm down there. Don't break the plates. It's almost 7:30. Sakura and Fujine have already left for their morning club practice. I went to school early yesterday because Issei wanted me to, but I leave my house at the usual time today. We're advancing through the day. Oh. I run into an unusual scene when I reach the intersection. Several police cars are parked outside a house. Something must have happened, as it's noisy and lots of people are surrounding the area. Question mark. I'm curious, but I cannot tell what's going on with all the people surrounding it. I have no time, so I should prioritize. I wonder what that was. Reach school 10 minutes before the bell. I enter the main gate as usual.
や、おはようエミヤ。
Hey, it's hey Raphael, there's your favorite girl right there. There's Mitsuzuri. I bump into a familiar female student.
なんだ、まだ着替えてないのか、三つ釣り。もうすぐホームルームだぞ。俺に挨拶なんかしてる場合じゃないだろ
いや、ごもっとも。相変わらず釣れない野郎だね、エミヤは。
There's your favorite girl, there you go. She laughs as if something is funny. Mitsuzuri Ayako. She was my classmate first year, and she's now the captain of the archery club. Very insightful, and everyone expected her to become captain since the first year. Well, in other words, her mental age is older than her real age, so she's been the older sister type everyone counts on. She was a first year. Ah, so Raphael likes the old sister type. Good to know. Though she gets mad when people say that. According to her, she's not that old.
ああ、今あんた、よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったかもし。
そんなものは漏らさない。あくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけだ。それで気を悪くするのは三つ釣りの勝手だが。
お、言うじゃん。いいね。正直に答えるくせに何をどう考えてたかは口にしないんだもの。エミヤ、シンジと違って隙がないな。
Yep.
シンジ？なんでそこにシンジが出てくるんだ？
なんでも何も、あんたとシンジって友人じゃない。
One second, chat. I'm gonna go. Be right back. There we go. Also. Yo.
シンジの男友達ってあんただけでしょ？それにお忘れでしょうが、私これでも弓道部の首相なの。うちの問題児とやめちまった問題児をくっつけるのは自然な流れだと思わない？
Lol.
まあ確かに自然だ。弓道部ってのは関係ないけど、俺とあいつは腐れ縁だからな。
あ、カチンときた。あんたね、弓道部の話になると急に冷たくなるでしょ。いいご身分よね。シンジをほっぽっといて
自分はさっさと退場しちゃうんだから。後に残された私とかさくらの気持ちとか少しは考えてくれてもいいんじゃない？
Kind of that just actually so Skahawk. Yeah, so Skahawk. Fair enough.
シンジのやつまたなんかやったのか？
Wait, so would that mean you would actually like Oregon, since that one would probably just kill you immediately, no questions asked? Huh. Like, pretty sure Gorgon would just kill you the moment you basically summon her. Oh well. I mean, basically that's what you're telling me there. It's like, basically it's just saying, yeah, Gorgon. Not Medusa, Gorgon. I scream.
あいつが何もやらない日なんてないけど。
Shit. That melts. Yes, Gorgon.
まあ、それにしても昨日のはちょっとやりすぎか。1年の男子が1人辞めたぐらいだから。
Oh shit. Try for it, make a fake like this. But even more than that, I can't ignore what you just said.
なんだよそれ。部員が辞めたってなんで？
シンジのやつが八つ当たりしたのよ。わざわざ女子を集めてね、夢を持ったばかりの子にシャをさせて的中するまで笑い物にしたとか。
はあ？お前そんな馬鹿げたことを見過ごしてたってのか？
見過ごすか？けどさ、首相ってのはいろいろと忙しいんだ。いつも道場にいるわけじゃないってエミヤだって知ってるでしょ？
Yep.
それはそうだが、にしても何考えてんだシンジのやつ。必要以上に厳しく教えることはあっても素人を見せ物にするようなやつじゃないだろう。
Seriously, Shiro.
呆れた。エミヤっては本当にあれだ。
あれってなんだ？今お前よからぬ感想を漏らさなかったか？
And this time I agree with her.
あら、私はあくまで客観的な事実を連想しただけさ。それで気を悪くするのはエミヤの勝手だね。
ついさっき聞いたような返答をしやがって。いいよ、それよりシンジはどうしたんだよ。なんだってそんな真似をしたんだ。
聞いた話じゃ遠坂にこっぴどく振られたとかなんとか。
Right. You remember that.
遠坂ってあの遠坂か？
Yep.
うちの学校にあれ以外の遠坂なんていないでしょ。
Well, on a technicality, let's be fair. On an absolute technicality, that is a lie. On an absolute technicality, it's the truth, but not really.
2年 A 組の優等生、ミスパーフェクトこと遠坂凛よ。
いや、そんなあだ名は初めて聞いたけど。
Really? Hero? Really? Yep. Oh shit. With Tosaka, it's the first time I've heard the nickname. But I would probably agree with it. With Tosaka involved, I can understand even Shijin getting turned down, and most of all, if it was Tosaka, I could see her refusing him mercilessly.
ともかく、シンジのやつは昨日からずっとその調子よ。
I got into a mood where I was too used to like into eating my ice cream that I forgot I still have to read the lines that are not voiced. I was chewing my ice cream.
おかげで私もこんな時間まで道場で目を光らせてたってわけ。
シンジのやつ、変にこらえが効かない時があるからな。三綴り、大変だろうけど頑張ってくれ。
Good luck, Mitsuri.
はいはい。けどね、シンジって懲りないでしょ。また遠坂に声をかけて振られた日には、今度こそ遠坂本人に何かしそうでさ。
いや、いくらシンジでも振られた相手には近寄らないだろう。あいつ、そのあたりはちゃんとしてるぞ。
Shiro! My man. At this point in time, I can officially call you an idiot. In more ways than one. Anyways.
けど相手が近寄ってくるんだからしょうがないじゃない。遠坂さ、なんか知らないけど、うちの道場をよく見学に来るのよ。エミヤは辞めちゃったから知らないだろうけどね。
That's the first I've heard of it. Tosaka Rin doesn't do any club activities for personal. I thought she went straight home since she even turned down a recommendation to join the student council.
ま、たまにはそれもいいか。あいつもお高く泊まってるし、一度ぐらいは痛い目に遭うのもいいかもね。お気の毒様っていうか、ご愁傷様っていうか。
Mitsuzuri says some dangerous things. Yes, she does. Come to think of it, I heard Tosaka has many enemies. Could Mitsuzuri be one of them?
おい、三綴り。いくらなんでもそれは。
あ、そろそろ時間だ。じゃあね、エミヤ。今度私の弓の調子見に来てよ。
Mitsuzuri hurries off.
相変わらずだな、あいつ。
But I like that part of it. Feeling calmer now, I head for the classroom. Oh. It's lunchtime. Our school has a splendid cafeteria and most students eat there. But there are some old-fashioned students who bring their own lunches. Two of them happen, me and the student council president in front of me.
エミヤ、その唐揚げを一つくれないか。俺の弁当には圧倒的に肉分が不足している。
うん、いいけど、なんだってお前の弁当ってそう質素なんだ、一世。いくら寺だからって酒も肉も取らないなんて教えがあるわけでもないだろ
う。Why alcohol?
何を時代錯誤なことを。これは単に親父殿の趣味だ。小坊主に食わす贅沢はない。悔しいのなら己で何とかせよなどという。いっそ今からでも天祖になるか。俺も考えどころだ。
は
あ、あのじいさんなら確かに。
He says father is a priest of the Ryudo temple. And a old guy who's old friends with the old man at Inespris. You can't expect a normal personality when he's friends with a guy like that.
それはそれは。じゃあ、いつか恩返しを期待して一つ。
I hand him my lunchbox.
いやいや、ありがたく。これも托発の修行なり。
Fair enough. Issei bows deeply. How can I put this? I never know what to say when things like remind me that he's the son of a priest.
そういえばエミヤ、朝方2丁目の方で騒ぎがあったのを知っているか。ちょうどエミヤと別れるあたりの交差点だが。
交差点？
Intersection? The intersection must mean the clamor of all the police cars.
なんでもな、殺人があったそうだ。詳細は知らないが、一家4人中助かったのは子供だけらしい。両親と姉は刺殺されたというが、その凶器が包丁やナイフではなく、長物だというのが普通じゃない。
weapon was a long one, not like a knife. I picked. Did I read that? Long weapon. It was a murder. So that must be parent. Which someone watching you during night violence like accident. Flashed parents, the sister killed without even knowing what's inside the child covered in blood.
いっせ、それ犯人は捕まったのか？
That's a good question.
捕まってはいないようだな。信徒の方では欠陥工事による事故。こちらでは辻切りめいた殺人事件だ。学校の門限が早まるのも当然。どうしたエミヤ？喉に飯でも詰まったか？
I think I know who it is.
別に。何もないけど、なんだよ、いきなり。
I still remember exactly some things about this. I think I know.
いや、エミヤが厳しい顔をしていたのでな。少し驚いた。すまん。食事時の話ではなかったな。
He tried to stop the Arab project. I was fine with the topic, but was I really making such a nasty face? And then there was a quiet knock.
失礼。竜道はいるか？
ああ、はい。何ですか、先生。
Say address is Kuzuki. Send. Must be a simple talk about the gals, but CC seems free with that.
へえ。
That's not something you see every day. Despite his appearances, he is very shy. The guy who draws a line against his classmate, he's letting his guard down.
真面目なとこで気が合うのかも。
Kuzuki Soishiro, you're in charge of class 2A, serious and stubborn. Probably that aspect helps you get along with the prizes. Continue to talk. All the while, I can't get the story of the murder out of my head. Classes end. I cannot go anywhere as I have. Actually, school and go straight to town. But still worry about the conversation I had. I've made my way to the guard.
もう、何やってんだ俺。
According to theory, Tosakarin comes off. Well, I really don't care about that. I know that she's getting angry is a problem.
シンジのやつ、カッとなると止まらないからな。
Bad if Shinji gets violent now. I don't know why it's bad. It's bad. Makes me feel bad just about it, so I have to stop it from happening.
なんだ、遠坂いないじゃないか。
Tosaka isn't around. Worries.
へえ、誰がいないって？
よし。
だから、誰がいないって？
Oh, it's Issei. There's Issei, who I just left behind.
お前か、一世。あんまり驚かすなよな。
いや、エミヤが挙動不審げに道場を眺めていたからつい。で、誰がいないって？
誰って遠坂だよ。なんでも昨日、シンジと一悶着あったらしいんだ。それで、一応様子を見に来ただけだ。
ほうほう、挙動不審だな。聞かれてもいないのに理由まで話すなど。俺は誰がいないかと聞いただけなのだが。
なんだよ、別にいいだろ。俺が何しようが俺の勝手だ。
うん、それはしかり。だが無駄だぞエミヤ。遠坂はここにはいない。なぜなら、あいつは今日ずる休みだ。
Oh yeah, this day she's showing Archer around the town, right?
何
Yep, showing Archer around the town. School? So she was absent today?
そうか、欠席か。待て、伊勢。なんで登坂がずる休みなんだよ。あいつがそんなのするわけないだろ
う。するとも。あいつが風邪などひくものか。俺が見たところあいつは悪いやつだ。外見に騙されるとパクッと食われるぞエミヤ。
Not that fast, but somehow it says words annoy me. Sure that I don't know her. I can't imagine a bad person.
言い過ぎだぞ、伊勢。登坂はそんなやつじゃないだろ
う。ん？なんだ、エミヤも登坂狙いなのか。ああ、それはすまない。今のは流してくれ。
Wait, you're after Tosaka? I hope that means he means like, oh, you're also one of the guys after Tosaka and not like, Shiro, you're also after Tosaka besides, you know, Sakura and, after Tosaka said anything like that.
勝手に決めつけるな。俺はただシンジが揉め事を起こしたら大変だから。
シンジが登坂に殴りかかろうとしたら止めるためか。またそんな役回りをするな。別に俺は気にしないが、割と趣味が悪いのだな、エミヤは。
Also, another I think this is like the third time to say an unrewarded.
してないから損じゃない。けど伊勢、お前今変なこと言わなかった？
ん？登坂狙いは趣味が悪いってことかい？
そう。登坂は人気あるじゃないか。俺もあいつの悪い噂は聞かないぞ。
ああ、聞かないね。それがまた気に食わない。
気に食わないってどの辺がだよ。
だから全部だよ。あれは女狐だ、女性だ、妖怪だ。とにかく生理的に気に食わない。悪いことは言わないから、エミヤも気に入らないようにしろ。
いいっせ。人の陰口は良くないってお前の口癖じゃなかったか？
たわけ。これが陰口に入るか？俺は聞こえるように喋っている。
Ah, no wonder I feel someone lies with Archer. Thank God. I'm so glad this guy is absent today.
頼む伊勢。悪いが早速陰口にしてくれ。
うん。エミヤがそういうのなら了解した。
That's actually terrible advice, fair enough.
が、とりわけ中傷していたわけではないぞ。単に竜道一世が登坂凛を警戒していると言っただけだ。あくまで個人の趣味嗜好の範囲だろう。
その割には妖怪だとか女狐だとか言ってたけど。
Point. And I think the term schoolgirl is discriminating.
何？褒め言葉だ。女狐にも妖怪にもいいものはいる。
That was definitely not you giving actual traits.
あくまで登坂を表現する値として採用しただけである。かつ。
Say laugh.
それではな。俺は生徒会室に戻るが、エミヤはバイトだろう。こんなところで道草を食っている暇はなかろう。
You must feel refreshed now that you said everyone has home. I've known him for 2 years now, but I still don't understand his personality. Twenty minutes after taking the bus from my school, I arrived at the neighboring town of Shin.
なんだ、まだ5時前か。少し時間があるな。
Yamashita is a residential. There's no part-time jobs there, but developing Shinto has many available. School approves of students having part-time, so I work a few evenings. A few? For our physical labor that ends as quickly as possible. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as it builds my body while I get. gets paid. While he gets. Oh, I see. While I get paid for it. There we go. That should be good now that's near my mouth, so people can actually hear me. Today's job is a simple loading job from 5 to 8 o'clock. Even though it's only 3 hours, there's 6 hours worth of work to do. They make you run around without a minute's rest. Shiro sounding like a half-drunk sleephead is funny. Yeah, fair enough. That's me in a nutshell. Half-drunk sleephead. Oh, I should rest when I can, even if it's just for 10 minutes. It's a waste of energy walking around until my job. So I guess I'll rest in the park. Oh shit. This park among the buildings is like a big field. A park should be filled with people like families and lovers on weekends. But it's empty here now. Oh, this place is always desolate.
相変わらずだな、ここは。
I'm a bit sad. The utterly neglected ground looks awful compared to the neatly organized surroundings. The desolate area makes the wind feel cold. This is the remains of the conflagration 10 years ago. And this is the place where I was saved from burning to death.
なんで芝生とか植えないんだろう。いつまでもこのままってのはもったいない。
It's a large area, so if they retilled it, the park would get bigger. Thinking about absent-mindedly, I sit down on a bench. I stare at the burned land to pass the time. I don't remember what happened here back then. I probably don't remember because I was a kid. And it wouldn't have been an easy scene to memorize. Hey Salawat, welcome to the stream. All I can remember is that it was hot and I couldn't breathe. And that people died trying to save others.
どうしてそうなのかな。
For example, an adult that tried to save a child from a burning house. He saved the child, but died in its place. For example, there were people who had their throats burned, but they gave that what little water they had to one guy, and the others died. For example, there was someone who ran alone to get away from the fire as fast as possible, and everyone that he passed on the way died. And for example... Hello, Sawat. Welcome to the stream, man. You enjoy your time. It's for you. Don't worry, the good parts haven't started yet. But we have found another line. Another fate line. We have found one other fate line. Alright, I'm pretty sure it's already in the Discord. So, that happened at the very least. People who died, because they gave away something that was saving them. Only to save others they didn't even know. Meta transfer tag. Oh god. Yeah, now by the looks of it we can actually... I actually noticed that. Ah, fuck. I have to be careful because if I do that and this... Yeah, you can add a tag and you put... Yeah, I can add my own tag and just put meta transfer. I didn't... Yeah, I know. It's like, it's actually an option here. On... God damn it. On my Twitch board. On my board here. Where I can enter my own tag. This is interesting. I wasn't expecting to see this. Did a small alteration. Okay, I didn't think things like that. It makes me mad that those tried hard were sacrificed. Am I greedy to want an ending where everybody is safe and happy? All I wanted was to see people relax peacefully, so why couldn't I manage such a simple thing? Being fair, I could actually add. Be a bad idea. I am not adding mana transfer tag. We all know what it is. I'm not adding that.
それは難しい。シロの言っていることは誰も彼も救うということだからね。
Kiritsuko answered so to the question I asked as a child. Of course, as a child, I denied it. Because Kiritsuko saved me. I knew he was a sorcerer who could do anything. I knew he was a superhero who couldn't ignore people in need, who saved them for no benefit. So I believed Kiritsuko could have saved everyone back then. When I told him that, he made a troubled expression and said something that I remember to this day.
シロ、誰かを救うということは誰かを助けないということなんだ。いいかい？正義の味方に助けられるのはね、正義の味方が助けたものだけなんだよ。当たり前のことだけど、これが正義の味方の定義なんだ。
I understand that. It's obvious now that he said it. Let's say there's a robber and some hostages, and the robber intends to kill the hostage. Normal methods, most of the hostages will be killed. Even if you use a miraculous method to save all the hostages, there will still be one person who isn't saved. That, of course, is the robber whose hostages were rescued. The people a superhero saves are only those he decides to save. That's why even God cannot save everyone.
それが天才ならなおさらだ。誰であろうと全てを助けるなんてできなかった。
Fire 10 years ago was like that. It's not something I was miraculously saved from it can talk about now.
けど嫌だ。
I don't want such a thing. I don't want help that has a limited capacity. You have to help, no matter how impossible it is. Ah, here's the good old Emu Shiro idealism. And unreasonable idealism. I can't stand to have strangers dying around me like back then. So if I had been there 10 years ago, even if it was impossible, I would have gone into the fire and...
そのまま無駄死にしてたろうな。間違いなく。
That's for certain. Jeez, I'm hopeless.
しまった。ぼんやりしてたら5時になっちまった。
The 5 o'clock bell rings. I stand up and quickly make my way to my work. When my job's done, the sun has already set. Which day is this? I think it's the second day, so February 1st. So second day of the in-game. So it's the one where Rin and and Archer are like on top of the building. I think this is literally when they are both on top of the building right now. When Rin and Archer are on the top of the building. And Shiro's at the bottom. I finished 10 minutes early because I worked too hard. Seems I worked frantically since I went to that place before work. Here in front of the station, the night's just getting started. There are lots of people and a constant flow of cars on the road. The buildings are still lit up, and just looking at them makes me feel like I'm watching a grand festival of illumination by Illumination Studios. Anyways.
藤姉にお土産はいいか。
I walk while looking up at the lighted building. It's the biggest building in Shinto, so I can't see the top clearly. I just gaze up at the building, enjoying the night scenery. When I think I see something out of place,
なんだ今の。
I stop and stare at the rooftop. I focus my eyes, looking at the things as small as a grain of rice. Hello? Looks like someone I know. Why is she there? What would she be doing there? With her long hair fluttering and doing nothing, she looks down at the town. Hello, best girl, says Sao. Well, if a certain character wasn't in this, I'd be kind of implied to agree. You know what? Best non-servant girl, I will actually give you that one at least. I'll give you that one. Best non-servant. Doesn't seem like she notices me down here. No, there's no way she could see me. She's so high up that I, with better eyesight than most, can barely see her by improving my vision with magical energy. I can't recognize her since she's standing there alone, but there's no way she would notice me down here among all these nobles. Okay, but like Mitsu exists, so wrong. Fine. Fair enough. I can't like Mitsuzuri more than Rinvo, unfortunately. I know very little about her to actually agree with that, unfortunately. I can recognize her since she's standing there alone, but there's no way she would notice me down here among all these people. She's just looking down at the town. Maybe she's looking for something. Leodoraxia, yeah, I know. As I can feel her sharp stare even down there. Like educated people. Well, what a shame. Well, I'm sorry. We're not there yet. We're still at stay night. We can't rush these things. There's an order to these things. Like educated people, we must start from the beginning and go until the end. Let's skip FSN. Yeah. No, we're not skipping FSN. I forget about time and keep looking up at the girl standing in the sky. She's on top of a tall tower. Weirdly enough, I went to, out of absolute curiosity, I went to vndb.org, which is the visual novel database. Out of curiosity, just to check which is the actual most popular visual novel. And yeah, this is actually the most popular visual novel, at least by that data, by vndb.org. This is technically the most popular one. Let's go to funny Ilya mini games. Oh my freaking god. Yeah, goddammit. She's like a witch looking down at the earth with the moon behind her. And then she must be done with whatever she was doing as she disappears. Her figure has disappeared and the scene returns to the beautiful view of the night.
今の遠坂だったのかな。
Yes, it was Tosaka, Shiro. I have no proof, but I think I'm right. There aren't many girls with looks that stand out that much, and more than that, I'm not stupid enough to mistake a girl I secretly admire. Shiro! Buddy! I know you're a harem, you have harem protagonist EX powers, but god damn it, choose one! Anyways.
そうか。にしても
The weird thing is the route I'm going through, like, none of the ones he already has a crush on count. Well, it's Tosaka sure has strange hobbies. Not hobbits. So there were not in Lord of the Rings. Unlike Shinto, there's no one in Miyama City. After 8 o'clock, there are no other people around, and the town is terribly quiet. At the junction is the house I saw this morning. No sign of people, and the door has a do not enter sign. After only one day, the house is as quiet as an abandoned building. Parents and older sister killed by the burglar. What kind of life remains for the child left behind? Orphanage. I bite my lip, feeling powerless. Even after swearing to become like Kiritsugu, I can't do anything about something that happened so close by. Even though I want to help someone, in the end, I don't even know what I can do. I climb the hill and reach the Emiya house. Give me a second because I have to do something. Okay. The lights are still on, so Sakura or Fujine must still be here. There.
ただいま。あれ、藤根だけか。
Well,
おかえりシロ
Fujine turns around, munching on a rice cracker. TV show's a loud variety show.
もうまたこんな時間に帰ってきて。冬は日が暮れるのが早いんだからもっと早くに帰ってきなさいって言ったでしょ。
だから早く帰ってきてるだろ。8時までのバイトを選んでるんだからこれ以上無茶言わないでくれ。
Jesus.
で、さくらはどうしたんだよ。なんか晩飯の支度だけはできてるみたいだけど。
さくらちゃんなら早めに帰ったわよ。今日は用事があるからって晩ご飯だけ作ってくれたの。
Fujine says so happily. As far as she's concerned, anyone who cooks for her is a good person. Huh.
そっか。確かにしばらくはその方がいいかもしれないな。最近は物騒だし、いっそ新学期まで晩飯は俺が作ろうか。
反対。シロ帰ってくるの遅いじゃない。それからご飯作ってたら食べるの10時過ぎになっちゃうよ。
あのね、そこに自分家で食べるという選択肢はないのか、あんたは。
だからここが私の家だよ。
Well, Fujine seems puzzled. Honestly, I'm not sure if that makes me happy or sad.
わかったよ。藤姉に飯を作れなんて無理難題を言ってもしょうがねえ。それはいいけど、足元のそれなんだよ。また余計なものを持ってきたんじゃないだろうな。
Fujine has a terrible habit of leaving junk at my place. Large bowls from restaurants, a heavy teapot she got in the shopping district, a strange guitar that plays by itself. I think she thinks of this place as some kind of a warehouse.
ちょっと見せてみろ。ゴミだったら捨てるから。
これうちで余ったポスターだけど。
Fujine hands me the poster. Probably some infamous idol or something.
どれどれ。
Here we have a military-style guy with his thumbs up on a cheap-looking blue sky background. In letters like bloody reads, "Loves lovely Rangerland." What the fuck? Please join the self-defense force. Hold on, this is an army recruiting poster.
それいらないからあげるね。
俺だっていらねえよこんなの。
I roll up the poster and hit Fujine with it.
へへん、外れ。
But Fujine deflects my attack with a poster she had hidden and counterattacks mercilessly. Bam! The poster likely knocks my stars. I saw stars.
へい。シロの腕で私に当てようなんて甘いわよ。悔しかったらもうちょっと腕を磨きなさいね。
そんな問題じゃないだろう今の。なぜに紙のポスターがかような破壊音を。
No. Fujimura Taiga I don't think counts. In this case it's more like she is literally like the mother, his caretaker, guardian. Basically, almost not quite mother figure probably would be more accurate here. I don't think she counts for the Shiro harem on this one for once. I think this case is more of it really is more of a guardian. I don't think he considers her in that route. In that way, at least. Big sister, exactly. Big sister type. More like that. Like, I don't. In this case, he really does not think of her as anything but that. Could this be the skill of a master?
ごめんごめん。こっちのポスター初回特典版なんで豪華鉄板仕様だった。
How the fuck do you make that mistake?
シロ、頭大丈夫？
Tiger! You could have actually probably put him in the hospital with that.
藤根、いつか絶対に人を殺すぞ。その性格。
えへへ。その時はシロがお嫁にもらってくれるから安心かな。
Okay, I take it back. She might actually be part of it. At least from our side.
全速でお断りです。そんな天然殺人鬼を相方にもらう気はないやい。
うん。私そんな物騒なのじゃないと思う。
やっぱり得てしてそういう連中は自覚がないっていうのは本当だったのか。
How true, how true. I'll have to watch out or I'll be killed.
ふんだ、言ってなさい。そんなことよりシロ、私お腹減った。今まで待ってたんだから早くご飯の用意しよ
う。Fujine stands up. How strange. Fujine is helping out, even if it's only setting up the dishes. She must be really hungry. Guess so.
はいはい。じゃあ藤根は皿と茶碗な。ご飯ぐらい告げるだろう。
告げるよ。ねえシロ、私丼でいいかな。
いいんじゃないか。今日はさくらもいないし、どうせ飯は余るし。
よしよし。それじゃ、シロもお揃いね。
Fujine pours rice into 2 bowls. Oh well, I was going to have seconds anyway. And besides, if I argue with Fujine, she'll take my dinner away. And to add, chaotic dinners like this have been common scenes for many years now. Oh, the day ends. Finishing a rowdy dinner and seeing Fujine off, I take a bath. After that, I practice my daily routine in the shed. I complete it as usual and go to sleep. It is 1 in the morning. The day ends peacefully without any trouble. Well, that was way shorter than the first day, wasn't it? Like, way shorter. My god, the second day is so much shorter than the first one. Holy freaking Christ. I'm in a fire. Collapsing buildings and burning people. No matter how far I run. God thank to the oh god. No matter how far I run, the scenery is always red. This is a vision of 10 years ago. A memory of the distant past I haven't remembered in a while. I run through it as if recreating the scene. There's no escape even though I know it's a dream. I run, keep running. In the end, where I end up is how I'm saved after running out of energy. I wake up with a bad feeling. A feeling like a metal weight is inside my chest. I feel my forehead and find that I'm sweating a lot even though it's winter.
ああ、もうこんな時間か。
It's already past 6 o'clock. From the kitchen, I can hear the sound of the kitchen knife cutting something.
さくら、今朝も早いな。
There's no time to be impressed. I have to get ready quickly and go help fix breakfast.
シロ、今日どうするのよ。土曜日だから午後はアルバイト？
いや、バイトは入ってないよ。一世のところで何かやってると思うけど、それがどうかしたか？
別に。暇だったら道場の方に遊びに来てくんないかなーって。私、今月ピンチなのだ。
Boy.
ピンチって何がさ？
お財布事情がピンチなの。誰かがお弁当作ってくれると嬉しいんだけどな。
She's the one with the job.
断る。自業自得だ。たまには一食ぐらい抜いた方がいい。
Ha!
ふーんで、シロには期待してないもん。 私が頼りにしてるのはさくらちゃんだけなんだからね、さくらちゃん。
You know, that's even worse.
私と同じものでよろしければ用意しておきますね、先生。
オッケーオッケー。じゃあ今日は一緒にお昼を食べましょう。
Breakfast continues as usual. Today, along with the usual, there's simmered lotus root with chicken. I don't think she has to make anything this elaborate for breakfast, but I think she made a lot of it to take for lunch too. Sakura is a member of the archery club, and Fujine is in charge of the archery club. Natural for them to share lunch.
そういえばシロ、今朝は遅かったけど何かあった？
Fujine looks at me, sipping her miso. She's usually slow, but she gets sharp only at times like this.
昔の夢を見た。寝覚めがすっげえ悪かっただけで、あとはなんともない。
なんだ、いつものことか。なら安心かな。
Okay, if that is not unusual, then my Lord Almighty, you have issues. Fujine ends the conversation like she's not interested. I'm not worried at all about it either, so I shouldn't get mad about it. 10 years ago, I used to have nightmares back when I couldn't get the fire out of my mind. But I saw less of it as time passed, and I'm well over it now that I can let it slide even after dreaming about it. But I guess it was pretty bad back then. Fujine has been here since that time. She's sensitive to my change.
シロ、食欲はある？今朝に限ってないとかない？
ない。なんともないんだから、人の夢にかこつけて飯を横取りするな。
シロが強くなってくれて嬉しいけど、もうちょっと繊細でいてくれた方がいいな、お姉ちゃんは。
そりゃこっちのセリフだ。もうちょっと可憐になってくれた方がいいぞ、弟分としては。
Ba-dum-tsh. We make fun of each other without looking at each other. That proves my liveliness, and Fujine laughs with glee. To be honest, I'm glad she's worrying. But she'll be elated if I thank her, well, like I'm discontented. Not knowing the circumstances, Sakura looks puzzled at the way we're acting. Poor Sakura. Sakura's just like, what the hell just happened? After Fujine leaves, we lock the house and leave.
先輩、今日の夜から月曜日までお手伝いに来れませんけどよろしいですか？
別にいいよ。だって土日だろ？さくらだって付き合いがあるんだから気にすることないぞ。
About that, okay.
そんな違います。そういうんじゃないです。本当に個人的な用事でちゃんと部活にだって出るんですから。だから何かあったら道場に来てくれれば何とかします。別に土日だからって遊びに行くわけじゃないです。だから変な勘違いはしないでもらえると助かります。
That was a reaction and a fucking half. My lord! Sakura's acting suspicions, and she looks very tense. I don't know why, but I guess it just means she can come over this week.
わかった。なんかあったら道場に行くよ。
はい、そうしてもらえれば嬉しいです。
Sakura looks relieved, and when she looks down, her face suddenly stiffens.
先輩って。
Sakura is staring at my left hand. Looking out at it, it's bleeding.
あれ？
I pull up my sleeve. There is certainly blood there.
なんだこれ。昨日の夜ガラクタいじってて切ったかな。
Today is Worms Day, it seems. Oh God! God damn it! We're not talking about that. We're not going there. But it doesn't hurt at all. Just a welt on there. The welt goes straight from my shoulder down to the hand. It looks kind of like a small snake running from my shoulder to my hand.
ま、痛みもないし、すぐに効くだろう。大丈夫。 気にするほどじゃない。
はい。先輩がそう言うのでしたら。
I have a feeling I know what it is, but Sakura, I'm sending you to the pit. No, Grandpa, not the pit. Oh god. Right. Perhaps she's feeling bad from seeing the blood as Sakura looks away and falls silent. Yeah, we're not going to talk about the pit. At least Sakura, who has club activities, and out to the school building. Schoolyard is full of spirited students running around. But still, there's something oddly wrong. School is like it always is. The students at morning practice are lively, and the new school building is spotless.
気のせいか、これ。
No, it isn't. When I close my eyes, the air completely changes. The school building is covered with stains like membranes. The students running around the studio seem like empty dolls.
疲れてるのかな、俺。
No, you're not just tired, Shiro. No. That's a warning. I shake my head to clear it. I head to the lifeless building. Oh boy. School ends early on Saturdays. Classes end before noon, and after I finish helping Issei, the sun is starting to set. School at Saturday.
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
I pack up and leave my classroom. And then...
なんだ、まだ学校にいたんだ、エミヤ。
I bump into Shinji. There are a couple of girls behind him, being rowdy.
やることもないくせに、まだ残ってたの？ああ、そうか。また生徒会にごますってたわけね。いいね、エミヤは。部活なんてやんなくても内心稼げるんだからさ。
生徒会の手伝いじゃないぞ。学校の備品を直すのは生徒として当たり前だろ。使ってるのは俺たちなんだから。
よく言うよ。エミヤに言わせればなんだって当たり前だからね。そういういい子ぶりが勘に触るって前に言わなかったっけ？
すまん。よく覚えていない。それシンジの口癖だと思っていたから、どうも聞き流してたみたいだ。
Okay.
そうかい。それじゃあ学校にあるものなら何でも直してくれるんだ、エミヤは。
何でも直すなんて無理だ。せいぜい面倒見るぐらいだが。
よし、なら頼まれてくれよ。うちの弓道場さ、今割と散らかってるんだよね。弦も巻いてないのが溜まってるし、安土の掃除もできてない。暇ならさ、そっちの方もよろしくやってくれないかな。
Oh boy.
元弓道部員だろ。生徒会になんか尻尾振ってないで、たまには僕たちの役に立ってくれ。
ああ。
ちょっと先輩、それって先輩が藤村先生に言われてたことじゃなかった？そうですよ。ちゃんとやっておかないと明日怒られますよ。
でもさ、今から片付けしてたら店閉まるじゃん。そこの人がやってくれんならそれでいいんじゃないの？
悪いよ。それに部外者に後片付けなんかできるわけないし。そうでもないんじゃない？あの人元弓道部員だってシンジが言ってるしさ。任せちゃえばいいのよ。
You're getting rounding behind Chiji also. God! Ah, these scenes irritate me with him. Every scene involving Shinji irritates the living shit out of me. Ah! I know he's supposed to, but god damn it. Not the chicks, the goddamn character. If you're when we're gonna have Shinji, my Shingo really need more bullets. I know, right? I'm sorry. Here's the thing. I understand the point of Shinji, right? And I respect what they did with the character, I guess. But I hate him. I actually despise, especially here's the thing. I hate this Shinji. 100%, no questions asked. But I don't hate Shinji from Fate Extra Universe. That Shinji is fine. Like, that Shinji is, like, it's still definitely unlikable, but fuck, it's not to the point of this one. Not even fucking close. That one is a lot more tolerable than this one. Yeah, I know, but it's still like, it doesn't. It's pity is probably the best you can feel for him. That is true. I still think like it never excuses what he did during this whole fucking thing. So I can't. I just despise him just in general. In this game, I absolutely hate him. I cannot like him.
あとはよろしく。鍵の場所は変わってないから勝手にやっといてよ。文句ないよね、エミや。
なあ、構わないよ。どうせ暇だったから、たまにはこういうのも悪くない。
サンキュー。それじゃあ行こうぜみんな。つまんない雑用はあいつがやっといてくれるってさ。
Fuck's sake. But yeah. But as I said, I can understand. But as I said, I can understand the reasoning for his existence in the game, and I understand perfectly fine, right? But just because I understand doesn't mean I have to like Shinji. Basically. Not even pity him at all. I hate him. I will actually admit I hate Shinji and Stay Night. Point done. But is he a necessity for the whole thing? Yes, 100%. I feel like if he wasn't there, I feel like Stay Night wouldn't be complete, so to speak. It feels wrong if he's not there, but I fucking hate his guts. You know, it's Shinji, fuck his ass, he should die. Yeah.
あ、待ってよ先輩。
Also,
じゃああとはよろしくお願いしますね先輩。
also, as I said, what I said just now only applies to Shinji in Fate Stay Night, not Shinji from any other media. That's not applicable to any of the others. Just so everyone knows. Anyways. It is only applicable to this Shinji, not the other one. The cleaning ends quite easily as I know the place well. It took a while as it is quite big, but it was fun cleaning the place I used until a year and a half ago. I picked up a bow, thinking it might be okay to just shoot just once, but since it wasn't mine, I decided not to. If I ever want to, I can just bring my own bow and come here.
にしても、カーボン製の弓が多くなったな。1年前までは1つしかなかったのに。
Carbon-based bows are good, unlike wood and plastic bows. But the biggest problem is the price, and they're not something you could buy with the club budget. Back then, Shinji was the only one using it. Are the new members rich too?
もったいない。木の弓の方がいろいろと手を加えられるのに。
Well, I guess that's personal taste right there. When I look at the clock, it's way past curfew. It's a little after 7 o'clock. The gates should be closed by now, so there's no reason to rush now. But still, was this dojo always this story? There are loads of places that look unkept.
ここまで来たら1時間も2時間も変わらないか。
Okay, that was your mistake. I've started, so I'll finish the job. And this is the biggest mistake Miyashiro technically does. We'll see why in a bit. The wind is blowing. So cold that my cheeks are getting numb. Yuki City isn't usually cold during the winter, but it is cold tonight of all nights. Second? Got all takes for us to get. I actually forget, how long does it take for a bad ending to be around? We're probably close to getting one. My breath hangs around as a white cloud. I wrap up my body to hold off the. Well, either way.
なんだ。暗いと思ったら月が隠れてるのか。
There's no light in the sky when I look up. Because of the strong winds, the clouds are moving fast. Past curfew, and there's no sign of life in the oh. Yeah, probably. It seems this place is filled only with chill, as it's all silent. Oh boy. Just now. I think I hear something.
確かに聞こえる。校庭の方か。
This night, I must have been curious about the sound that broke the silence. To investigate it, I find myself heading there even though I somehow know that I mustn't. I go to the schoolyard.
人?
Well, they only look like that from a distance. It's a dark night with no light. If I want to know more, I'll have to go closer to the yard. I can hear the sounds louder now. It's the sound of metal hitting metal. That must mean someone is fighting with weapons there.
バカバカしい。何考えてるんだ、俺。
I dismiss the image from my mind with a bitter smile and walk on. At that time. Maybe my instincts noticed the danger as I hid myself as I approached. I don't know if this is fortunate. But anyways, when I get by a tree and that is big enough to hide myself, I take a closer look at the source of the sound. My mind stops completely. There's something strange there. A man in red and a man in blue. They are dangerously armed, as their ominous appearance suggests. They are actually slashing at each other. I can't understand. I can't follow them with my eyes. My brain does not work properly, faced with their impossible weapons. But the clang of their weapons tells me they are trying to kill each other. I just knew immediately when I saw them. They are not human. They are probably just things that look like humans. I can tell not because I'm learning magic. Anyone would realize they're not human. After all, humans can't move like that. So they are something no one should associate. I can feel their murderous intent even from a distance. I'm going to die. My body understands fashions in my brain that I will definitely die if I stay here. Yeah, no human will wear those tight bodysuits. Well, not on... Yeah, pretty much. Well, let's not go there. That's why my heart is racing so fast. As a living thing like them, I sense that they're living things that only made only to kill. They're using weapons made only to kill. I remember the murder yesterday. It said the family was killed with some weapon like a sword. I shouldn't watch any longer, but my body won't follow my commands, and I can't even breathe. We could have gotten bodysuit Ku, or yeah, that version of Ku. Yeah, well, I'll take the bodysuit. My mind wants to run away, but my judgment tells me I'll be seen the moment I run away. More than a conflict within me, my body is just numb. Even though I'm over 40 meters away, I can breathe properly, and it's like I have a spear pointed right at my back. Sounds stop. The figures separate that standing facing each other. The moment I feel relief at the end of their battle, I sense an even stronger intention to kill. My heart stops. The numbness in my body becomes convulsions. I clench my teeth to try to hold my trembling body. An overwhelming amount of magical energy is flowing into the guy in blue. Kiritsugu showed me once what it's like to draw in magical energy from the surroundings. It was a beautiful magic that impressed even an amateur like me. But that thing is different. Just as even the simplest task of drinking water could seem ugly if it goes too far. What he is doing is so excessive that anyone with knowledge of magical energy would hate it. He's going to die. The guy in red is going to die. It's a blow with that much concentrated magical energy. There's no way I'll be able to survive it. He'll die. He's not human. So something merely like a human will die. That's something I can just ignore? That doubt takes my mind off of it. The binds on my body disappear, and the instant I take a deep breath. Oh. The guy in blue stares at me, who's hiding. The blue guy's body sinks. Just that motion tells me that I'm his target now. My legs start running automatically. I finally realize that it is an action to escape death, and I put all the energy in my body into running away. I don't know how fast I run, but before I know it, I'm in the school building. I regret my actions, panting heavily. I should have run into town to get away. What am I doing, fleeing to such a deserted place? And a school of all things. Isn't there some better place to hide than here? Anyways, why do I think I'll be killed if I don't escape? Good instincts, I give him breads. My heart aches from running so much. Turning around, I can sense nothing pursuing me. The only sound in the air is the sound of my footsteps. So, I can finally rest. I stomp my feet, unable to take another step, then oxygen to my pumping heart, and look up to finally realize that I am safe. I recall the scene from earlier while catching my breath. Anyway, I'm sure that it wasn't something I should have seen. Some things like humans were fighting in the school ground. That's all I can remember. But there was something else I saw out of the corner of my eye. But I can't remember what that figure looked like. To be honest, I didn't have the composure to notice anything other than those two fighting.
けど、これでともかく。追いかけっこは終わりだろ?
Oh. The voice comes from right in front of me.
いや、割と遠くまで走ったな、お前。
I can't breathe. My brain stopped, and even though I cannot think, I vaguely understand that I am going to die.
逃げられないってのは、お前自身が誰よりも分かってたんだろう？何？やられる側ってのは得てしてそういうもんだ。別に恥じることじゃない。
Lance is casually raised.
運が悪かったな、坊主。ま、見られたからには死んでくれや。
And the man's lance mercilessly pierces Emishiro's heart. There wasn't even time to dodge. All the training I did was for nothing. I knew I was going to be killed. I knew I was going to be pierced by that lance, yet I could not move at all. The world distorts. My body grows cold. Feeling vanishes from my fingertips. I cough up blood once. More blood should have come up, but it only happens once. Perhaps the men's lance is special. The blood slowly clots and the art that should have exploded stopped working. Just a single pierce. I can't see well. There's no feeling in me. I feel like a jellyfish floating in the dark sea at night. I don't feel any pain already. The world is white and only I am black. So rather than feeling like I'm dead, more like the world around me has disappeared. I know this. I felt like this 10 years ago. This is how someone feels when dying.
死人に口なしってな。弱いやつがくたばるのは当然といえば当然だが。
I cannot concentrate on my vision.
まったく嫌な仕事をさせてくれる。このざまで英雄とは笑い草だ。
I can only hear voices.
分かっている。文句はないさ。女のサーバントは見たんだ。おとなしく戻ってやるよ。
The voice filled with irritation. After that, I hear footsteps running from the hallway.
アーチャーか。蹴りをつけておきたいところだが、マスターの方針を破るわけにもいくまい。まったく、いけすかねえマスターだこと。
The voice suddenly disappears. I guess he jumped out of a window or something. And after that, footsteps approach me and stop. That brief period, more footsteps. I can't hear much now.
追ってアーチャー。ランサーはマスターのところに戻るはず。せめて相手の顔ぐらい把握しないと。
Whose voice was that? I concentrate my fading mind. I can't remember anything. Right now, my breathing is too noisy. My lungs must still be alive. The air coming out of my mouth is as loud as a hurricane.
その割にはまだ死んでないってのはすごいな。
I sense someone looking at my face. Perhaps my breathing was loud as the figure tries to close my mouth. And
やめてよね。なんだってあんたが。
I hear the person grit their teeth. Then they touch me without hesitation.
破損した臓器を寄贈して代用。その間に心臓一つ丸々修復か。こんなの成功したら時計塔に一発合格ってレベルじゃない。
A pain-filled voice. With that, my mind stops fading. Feeling returns to my body. Slowly, bit by bit, like a drop of water going down a leaf. Feeling returns to my body. What is the person doing? The person is sweating, places their hand on my chest with all their heart. When I notice, the place where the person placed their hand is terribly hot. It must be so hot that the frozen blood melted and started to flow again. I sense someone take a deep breath and sit down.
疲れた。
I hear a clang of something falling.
まあ仕方ないか。ごめんなさい父さん。あなたの娘はとんでもなく薄情者です。
And that's it. The person speaks to mock himself and leaves. My heart resumes its activity. Then my mind stops. This is not the sleep of death. This is a restful sleep. Recover the energy to wake up again. Well, we died already once. Good job. Bad ending 1 has been achieved. Technically. The one we can't avoid. I wake up. I feel sick. My whole body is in pain and I have a sharp headache each time my heart throbs.
何が起きた。
I can't remember because of the sharp headache. Just a sec. My body is cold, probably from lying on the floor for a long time. The only certain thing is my ripped uniform and my own blood on the floor. I get up with a hazy head. The spot where I was lying looks like a murder scene.
本当に
had my chest pierced. Bearing the pain, I entered the closest classroom. Moving to the locker room in steady steps, I take out a mop in a bucket.
何してんだろう俺。
I'm still confused. Why do I still think I have to clean up? I've just met something totally outrageous and been killed instantly. Am I an idiot? Yes!
くそ落ちない。
I wiped the floor with the mop. With unsteady hands, I managed to get the blood wiped off. Pick up any trash lying around and put it into my pocket. Maybe I'm destroying the evidence. I'm still in the daze, so perhaps that's why I'm doing something so absurd. I put back the mop and bucket and leave the school like a zombie. I get harder as I walk. The air is so cold that it feels like my body is burning. School, crossroads, this pathway, and then this house. Goes inside. And when I get home, the day has already changed. There's no one home. Neither Fujine nor Sakura is around. I collapse to the floor. I lie on the ground and finally calm down. Take a deep breath. When I inhale, my heart cries in pain as if cracking apart. No, that's wrong. It wasn't just cracked. It had a hole in it, but it healed, and the wound tries to open up again when I inhale.
殺されかけたのは本当か。
No, that's wrong too. I wasn't almost killed. I was actually killed. But I'm still alive in spite of that, because someone saved me.
誰だったんだあれ。例ぐらい言わせてほしいもんだけど。
If the person was there, that person might have something to do with them. But that makes no difference to the fact that the person saved me. I have to thank them one of these days. Well, that is not today. The moment I let my guard down, the pain returns. At the same time, I feel like vomiting. I sit up and resist the sickness. I place my hand on my bare chest where the uniform is ripped. Even though I was saved, I did have a hole in my chest. That feeling, such a pleasant feeling, a spirit entering my body, isn't something I can forget easily.
くそ、しばらく夢に見るぞこれ。
If I close my eyes, it feels like the lance is still in me. I shake off that illusion and try to calm down.
よし、落ち着いてきた。
Result of all that training every night. Just taking a few deep breaths clears my mind, and the heat and nausea vanish from my body.
それで、あれのことだけど。
A man in blue and a man in red. They looked human, but I don't think they were. Were they like ghosts or something? But I've never heard of ghosts with form, able to associate directly with people. And they were talking too. If they have their own will, it's hard for me to think of them as ghosts. I've heard that the only ghosts with a body are spirits. But aren't they shaped differently from humans?
いや、問題はそんなじゃなくて。
There's another fundamental problem. Those two were killing each other. The murderous burglar that has appeared in the neighborhood. The ongoing ominous events in Yuki City. All I can tell with such thoughts is that it's way out of my league.
こんな時、親父が生きてれば。
Perhaps because the wound on my chest is so vivid. I complain about things I shouldn't.
まぬけわからなくても自分にできることをやるって決めてるじゃないか。
Boy. Complaining comes later. First, I have to decide whether or not I can. Bell hung from the ceiling rings. This is Omega's house, even if only. There is a boundary field that alerts me when a stranger enters the property.
こんな時に泥棒か。
As I speak, I realize my foolishness. That can't be it. With this timing, right after the strange, that can't be it. There's an intruder. Not a burglar, an assassin who's here for my life. Because I remember that guy saying, "You saw us, so die." The house is filled with silence. Silent darkness. The murderer's intent I felt at school, slowly drawing. My throat gulps. I feel a sharp chill running down my spine. I will be instantly pierced if I move from. Yeah, exactly. It's like goes back to Shiro's scarves. It's like, wait a second, where the fuck is it gone? I frankly continue to scream, about to escape my mouth. I mean, might not have been Ku. Might have been Ku's master technically who checked it and warned Ku about it. Who knows? Either way, might be one of those two options. Small summary: Ku aim Amiya hard. Shiro, on the other hand, can't forget how Ku penetrated him, so he had to prepare protection this time. Oh god, in the Sahawat, in the way you said that, it's really yeah. You know what? I'll just it's fine. It's fine. You know what? We're not going. We're fine. PG. We're PG. We PG for. Actually, no. I'm pretty sure it's Kiara's fault. I can see that. The instant they are released, the assassin will happily jump in and take the opportunity to kill me. If that happens, it will be just like before. Unprepared, I will be pierced by that lance again. The moment I think about it, my breathing goes wild. Damn it. Shame that I'm about to give up my saved life so easily and that I'm afraid. Gritting my teeth and holding my chest, I try to restrain myself. Should get used to it. This is the second time. This is the second time I'm about to be killed. That alone is enough to make me want it to end differently from last time. Besides, I'm a Magus. What have I been learning for the past 8 years if I can't even protect my own life? Enough thinking. Right now, I just have to counter the intruder. Even though I'm a Magus, all I can do is strengthen something that could be a weapon. Fight, I need a weapon. The shed has lots of things that could become weapons, but it's too far away. If I'm attacked when I leave the living room, it will just be a repeat of what happened. It'll be difficult, but I have to find a weapon. Sometimes something long and thin would be best. My opponent's weapon is a lance, so something like a knife won't do. It would be great if there were a wooden sword or something, but of course, there's nothing. If anything here could be a weapon, it's... I'm disappointed. But despite that, I'm determined, even if in this hopeless situation. Things are already as bad as they can be, so they can't get any worse. All I have to do is run forward until I run out of air. The words that suggest my reconstruction. I channel magical energy into the 60-centimeter long poster. I have to turn it into something that can repel that lance. So I need to channel magical energy into every corner and solidify it. Basic quality. I extend my conscience, as if soaking my blood into the poster of my skin. I permeate magical energy into it.
構成材質補強
Sense that I've hit the bottom, right before the magical energy overflows from it.
トレースオフ
I cut off all connection with the poster and shudder at the feeling of success. The poster is now as hard as metal, but it is as light as it was before, so I couldn't ask for a better sword.
うまくいった
Good job. How many years has it been since I last succeeded in strengthening magic? It's kind of ironic. The magic I've never been able to achieve since Kirutsuku died is finally working in this kind of a situation.
ともあれこれで
I might be able to do something. I have some knowledge of how to use the sword. I hold the poster with both hands and stand up. I'll die anyway if I stay here, and I don't think I would be able to flee even if I escaped this house. All I can do is run straight to the shed and make a stronger weapon. Come if you're going to come. It won't be like before. And the instant I think that, my whole spine shivers. When did he arrive? Appearing from the ceiling, the guy drops straight at me. Silver light descends upon me. The guy that seems to have come straight from through the ceiling descends to pierce my head. I frantically escape by rolling forward. He lands softly while I keep rolling, but I stop rolling and stand with my freshly made sword in hand. Oh shit. Ooh, he is pissed! He turns to face me, looking bored.
余計な手間を見えていればいたかろうと俺なりの配慮だったのだがな
He raises his lance again, seemingly uninterested. I don't know why, but he lacks the spirit he had at the school ground. In that case, I might be able to outwit him.
まったく一日に同じ人間を二度殺す羽目になるとはないつになろうと人の世は血生臭いということか
The man is complaining as if he thinks nothing of me. I slowly move backwards. It's about 3 more meters to the window. One side of the window is about 20 meters to the shed. Then I can run off this instant.
じゃあな今度こそ迷うなよ坊主
He says blankly, as if singing it out. Like, singing. Pain assails my right arm. It happened in an instant. Man's lance is thrust, without time for me to react. I would have faced my second death with that blow, but what prevented me was my newly made sword. I must have thought it was made of paper. It was just paper, my bad. The lance thrust as if the poster wasn't there, was deflected by it and only skimmed my right arm.
ほう変わった芸風だなおい
The man's expression goes away. His carelessness disappears, and is now staring at me with beast-like eyes. I screwed up. I was just being stupidly optimistic when I thought I could do something. The thing before me is a monster beyond belief. Painfully, I realize my foolishness for letting my guard down, even slightly, against him. That's right. If I'd been really desperate, I should have ran frantically to the window as soon as I miraculously avoided his first attack.
ただの坊主かと思ったがなるほど微弱だが魔力を感じる心臓をうがたれて生きているってのはそういうことか
He points his lance at me. I won't be able to block it. I can't possibly block that lightning fast blow. If his weapon were a sword, I might have been able to at least prepare for it. That's a lance. The sword follows a line, but the lance has a point. How am I supposed to block a blow from a point that I can't even see coming?
いいぜ少しは楽しめそうじゃないか
The man's body descends. In that instant, his lance swung sideways. I blocked the lance coming at my face with just my instinct.
いい子だ。ほら次行くぞ。
Q is just having fun with this at this point. There's a huge whirlwind. I don't know how he's moving the lance in this small room, but it makes a beautiful arc and comes to attack my body from the other side. My constructed sword moves to stop it, bends. Is he using a hammer? Damn, this numbness feels like I've broken the bones in my arm.
Come on.
I swing the sword instinctively. He must take me lightly as he hasn't pulled back his lance, so I flick away the shaft with my sword. The arms that hit it go numb. Sword bends even more, and the man's lance only moves slightly.
使えねえな。機械をくれてやったのに無駄な真似しやがって。まあ魔術師に切り合いを望んでも仕方ねえんだろうが。
The man was just playing with me. He let me hit him once since I blocked him twice. But I used up my one and only chance for just a makeshift attack. That's why he sees no point in fighting me anymore.
拍子抜けだ。やはりすぐに死ねよ、坊主。
He raises his lance again. During that small, unnecessary movement, while looking behind me, I jump out the window. I break the window with my back and roll outside. Roll a few times and get up, and... Without a thought, I turn and swing behind me. The man hesitates a moment as I deflect his lance for us. As I expected. If I jumped out the window, he would definitely come after me. And he would kill me even before I could get up. That's why I expected the fatal blow and swung at it. It was a bold plan. I would have died if it was a second too late or a second too early. But considering the difference in our skill, I could never have been too early. So all I had to do was get up as fast as possible and swing at what was coming behind me. The result was perfect. I won my bet and deflected the man's lance. I quickly regained my balance. Now, I have to make it to the shed before he recovers.
飛べ。
Uh-oh. The man who supposedly had his lance knocked away comes up to me empty-handed and... he is pissed, spins and executes a roundhouse kick. Oof. Scenery flies past me. My battered chest is numb and I cannot breathe. No, what's more surprising is I'm flying. Never in my dreams thought that I would be sent flying by a mere roundhouse kick. I fall to the ground from my back. I hit a wall and come crashing down. I can't breathe. My vision is blurred. I manage to stand, supporting myself against the wall of my destination, the shed. I track the man with my blurry vision. I must have been kicked 20 meters. The man approaches, lance in hand. I'll be killed. I'll definitely be killed. The man will be here in a second. If I don't want to die now, I have to get up and face him. The lance comes out at me. I can't even turn around fully, and my collapsing body faces the man's lance.
男だったらちゃんと立ってる。
How fortunate. I got lucky, as I couldn't hold myself up and my knees collapsed. The lance goes over my head and hits the door of the shed, opening it. So this is my last chance. If I go in the shed, there should be something I could use as a weapon. I enter the shed on all fours. There.
そら、これでしまいだ。
Fatal, inescapable blows for us.
そんな。
And I block it. I unroll the poster and make it into one-time shield. God damn, the man is just like... Achoo! A huge impact. The opened up poster did block the lance, but it was not strong enough. It's pierced through and transforms back into its original paper. Hit by the impact of the first lance, I'm flung to the wall. I fall on my butt and recover myself. When I raise my head to try and find a weapon.
爪だ。今のは割と驚かされたぜ、坊主。
The man is pointing the lance at me. This is it. The man's lance is pointing directly at my heart. I know this. This is the smell of death I felt just a few hours ago.
Shikashi, わからねえな。起点は効くくせに魔術はからっきしときた。筋はいいようだが、まだ若すぎたか。
I can't hear him. My mind is focused only on the weapon in front of me. It's only natural. Because I'll die when that thing is thrust. So everything else is gone from my mind. What else can I think about now that things have ended up like this?
もしやとは思うが、お前が7人目だったのかもな。ま、だとしてもこれで終わりなんだが。
The man's arm moves. Movement I couldn't even see before looks like it's in slow motion now. Running silver light. Spearhead moves straight for my heart. It will spill blood in the next second. I know this feeling. The feeling of metal running into me. The taste of blood coming up my throat. The sense of the world around me disappearing. I felt all of it earlier. And I have to experience it again? Really? I don't understand. Why do I have to go through this? This is bullshit! I can't accept this. I can't just die here meaninglessly. I was saved. So I can't die so easily. I have to live and fulfill my obligations. If I die, I can't do that. But the lance will pierce me. The spearhead will cut into my flesh and pierce my heart. It pisses me off. It's ridiculous to kill someone that easily. It's ridiculous for me to die so easily. Dying twice in one day. That's ridiculous as well. Damn. Everything is so screwed up that I can't contain it all, and...
ふざけるな。俺は
won't be killed meaninglessly. By someone like you! Huh? Truly...
Nani?
Pure like magic. In a blinding light, it appears from behind me. My mind stops. All I know is that the figure who appeared is a girl. The moment it appears, it repels the lance first at my heart and steps up to the enemy without hesitation.
本気か。7人目のサーバントだと。
The man readies his deflected lance, and the girl swings something she is holding. Sparks fly twice. Strong swing. The man hesitates, receiving a heavy blow from the girl. Oh, he must have realized he is at a disadvantage, as he jumps out of the shed with bestial speed. While keeping her guard up against the man, she quietly turns to me. Hello! Those are bad shape right there. The wind is strong today. The clouds drift and the moon appears for a brief moment. Silver light that shines into the shed lights up the girl in nightly form. I'm speechless. Not because I'm confused by the sudden turn of events. I'm at a loss for words because of this girl's overwhelming beauty. God. Well, Horny Shiro's back. The girl stares at me emotionlessly with her jewel-like eyes.
とう、あなたが私のマスターか。
She says in a valiant voice.
マスター
I only repeat back her words. I don't know who she is, or what she's talking about. All I know is that this small girl is the same kind of being as the man outside. The girl says nothing and just stares at me silently. How can I put this? The figure in front of me is so special that I forget the situation that the man outside could come and attack at any second. It feels like time has stopped around me. The fear of death has disappeared, and only the girl fills my vision.
サーバント・セーバー、召喚に従い参上した。マスター、指示を。
Speaks again. The instant I hear the words master and servant, a pain shoots through my left hand. It's like a hot iron has been placed on my hand. I grab my left hand instinctively. That must have been the signal as the girl quietly nods her lovely face.
これより我が剣はあなたと共にあり、あなたの運命は私と共にある。ここに契約は完了した。
契約って何の
Even I have some knowledge of magic. I understand what that word means. But the girl doesn't answer me and looks away with the same grace she had when she nodded. She looks at the door of the shed. There stands the man, his lance ready in his hand. She moves faster than I can think. The knightly girl leaps out of the shed without hesitation. Well, I'm broken shit. I get up and follow the girl, even forgetting the pain in my body. There's no way that girl will be a match for him. Even armor like that, she's a girl smaller than me. And she's like really short if I'm not wrong. They're like 152 or something. You're 54.
やめ
My words are silenced by the sound. I can't believe my eyes. This time, my head really goes blank.
なんだあいつ
The sound of weapons. The moon is hidden behind the clouds, and the yard has returned to its original darkness. In it, sparks are born from steel hitting steel. The lance-wielding man wordlessly attacks the girl who jumped out of the shed. But the girl parries the blow of the lance and knocks away all following attacks, driving the man back with every blow. I can't believe it. The girl called Saber is overpowering that man. The battle has begun. What happened between me and him earlier wasn't a battle. A battle is a fight between two people who can kill each other. Whatever the difference in skills, if each has a way to kill the other, then you can call it a battle. Their fight is a battle in that sense too. The man's lance that I couldn't even see is thrown with even more power. But the girl parries it with the thing in her hand, and closes in on the man. The man retreats a bit. He holds his lance vertically to protect his ribs as the girl goes for them. For a moment, the man's lance glows. It was a blow like an explosion, and I guess it really was one. Yeah, exactly. Basically, a lot of philosophy here. Meanwhile, a fight's going on. The instant the man blocks the fang, the girl is holding the lance in his hand. The thing the girl is holding, the lance in his hand grows as if electrified. The man, and even I can tell what that is. That is a force of magical energy so strong that it's visible. Each of the girl's blows is a terrible amount of magical energy. That outrageous amount of magical energy is penetrating the opponent's weapon just by touching it. Such a thing, it would take such force just to block it. If you think of the man's lance as an accurate sniper rifle, the blows of the girl are like those of a powerful shotgun. Every time the girl swings, the yard is filled with light. But that isn't what's overpowering the man.
卑怯者め、自らの武器を隠すとは何事か。
The man complains while avoiding the girl's fierce attacks. The girl doesn't answer, but only attacks even more with the thing in her hands.
てめえ。
The man retreats with not even a chance for a counterattack, because the girl's weapon is invisible. As he cannot sense or range, it would be careless to attack recklessly. Yes, it is invisible. The girl definitely has something in her hand. But as you can't see what shape it is, nor how long it is. Can't tell anything about it. Perhaps it's solely invisible, as it does not show up even when sparks fly out from it. The man must be having a hard time defending against it, as his moves aren't as sharp. And the girl lets out a voice for the first time. She swings her weapon with more fury. The Somo swings without pause. Flying spars remind me of a blacksmith hitting iron. Lance-wielding man blocks them, clucking his tongue. I must say, I admire his skills even though he tried to kill me. The man is blocking invisible blows, watching only the opponent's legs and arms. But that's it. You only need to beat down someone who's gone defensive. As if to say so, the girl steps even closer to the man and delivers a blow with all her might, as if smashing him down.
調子に乗るな、たわけ。
You must see this as his opportunity as the man disappears. No, you jump back, making it look like he disappeared. The girl's blow cuts through air and destroys the ground, kicking up dust. The blow swung as the final one was easily dodged.
バカ、何やってんだあいつ。
I can tell even from a distance. I don't know about the careful blows from afar, but such a big blow won't be able to touch that man. Even that man's body must have been straining under all those attacks. But he suppressed it for an instant and jumped away, as if this blow would determine the victor. The man who jumped back several meters jumps as soon as he lands. As if reversing his retreat, he jumps at the girl. In contrast, the girl still has her sword in the ground. That opening is irrevocable. The Rat Lance returns in less than a second, and the girl twists her body with the sword in the ground. So the contest lasts less than a second. The man sees his mistake and tries to hold back, while the girl uses her whole body to execute her blow. The man blown away and the girl who blew him away both seem discontent. They each launched their blows to kill the other. Even if they allowed them to escape immediate danger, they were worthless. Their distance opens. Two stare at each other silent.
どうしたランサー。止まっていては僧兵の名が泣こう。そちらが来ないのなら私が行くが。
わざわざ死にに来るか。それは構わんが、その前に一つだけ聞かせろ。貴様の宝具。それは剣か。
The man glares as if staring right into her heart.
さあどうかな。旋風かもしれぬし、双剣かもしれぬ。いや、もしや弓かもしれんぞ、ランサ
ー。
Ha! 抜かせセイバー。
Perhaps it's really funny for him. The man, the one called Lancer, lowers his lance. He looks like he's indicating he doesn't want to fight anymore. The girl is puzzled by Lancer's action, but I know that stance. It was used in that fight a few hours ago in the yard. It's a fatal move that was supposed to have ended the show.
ついでにもう一つ聞くがな。お互い初見だしよ。ここらで分けって気はないか。悪い話じゃないだろ。そら、あそこでほうけているお前のマスターは使い物にならんし、俺のマスターとて姿を晒せねえ大ふぬけときた。ここはお互い万全の状態になるまで勝負を持ち越した方が好ましいんだが。
断る。あなたはここで倒れろ、ランサー。
Oh. Aim, don't die.
そうかよ。たく、こっちはもともと様子見が目的だったんだぜ。サーバントが出たとあっちゃ、長居する気はなかったんだが。
Seems like the air around them. Lancer lowers his stance. A chill runs through the air at that moment. It's exactly like back then. The magical energy rumbles in a world centered on that lance.
ホーグ。
Girl readies her parent's sword and glares at the enemy in front of her. So let's go! Bullshit moment number 1, people. It's time. Let's go. Bullshit moment number 1. The girl facing the enemy knows better than I how dangerous he is.
じゃあな、その心臓、もらい受ける。
The beast jumps. Lancer instantly appears in front of the girl as if he teleported and thrusts his lance at the girl's feet. It was a bad move, even to my eyes. The lance already lowered, it wouldn't be effective to aim low at the girl. Okay, see you in a bit. To prove my point, the girl jumps over the lance and moves forward to slash Lancer away. At that moment,
Gate!
the words themselves charged with magical energy.
Bark!
You want to take girl hard even after you get Shiro once. I know, right? One more. But this time he's using the fucking big move. This time he's using the big move for it. The last thrust at the girl's feet rushes forwards her heart. Her body rises into the air. The girl is driven up into the air by the blow of the lance, and she crashes down. No, lands on the ground. She's bleeding. The girl, who hasn't even received a scratch so far, is bleeding. Is bleeding badly from her chest.
ジュソ。いや、今のは因果の逆転か。
How the fuck does every like seriously, Saber? How the hell do you get injured in every French? In every single time you get injured is by a Lancer during their freaking NP. It happens in Zero. It happens here. Like, and then they say, like, oh, Sabers are strong against Lancers. But then we have the Saber that gets injured by Lancers every goddamn time. FGO. God damn it, I still feel like you used that shit. You have the logic reversed on the weaknesses and strengths. Seriously, come on. Like, god damn it. Everything proves the opposite of what you put up as the rules in the FGO. In your freaking shows. Oh god. I'm surprised too. No, since I saw it from a distance, I can tell better than her that the attack now was a strange. The lance was definitely aimed at her feet, but it suddenly changed its course, moving strangely in an impossible direction, and pierced the girl's heart. But the lance itself has not grown or bent. It looks so natural that it makes one think that the lance was already in her heart. And for that reason, it's strange. It's not as simple as the lance changing its course and piercing her heart. The lance did not change its course, but changed the means so that the result would be so. The lance first with that name carried the result of piercing the heart as a premise. In other words, the process and the result were reversed. As long as there was the result of the lance piercing her heart, the course of the lance was merely something added later to prove that fact. An evil thorn that breaks through all defenses. A lance that pierces the heart every time it's used. A weapon that determines your fate by its use. How can anyone block such a ridiculous attack? However the enemy tries to dodge it, the lance will pierce their heart without fail. That's why this movie is fatal. A cursed lance that always pierces the opponent with one thrust. But the girl has evaded it by a small margin. She is wounded, but it was not a fatal blow. In a sense, her actions were more impossible than the lance. The instant the lance was thrust, she turned and jumped back with all her might, as if she knew this was going to happen. Either she had incredible luck, or enough divine protection to nullify the curse of the lance. In this case, both. Either way, she avoided a fatal blow and sullied the lance's name. The girl catches her breath. The blood that was running so much has stopped, and even her stab wound is healing. I guess that's extraordinary. I knew she wasn't normal, but still, that's too strange. Like her skills to fight against Lancer, like the incredible magic energy in each of her blows, and like her body that heals by itself, this girl clearly surpasses Lancer. But that was only up to now. Even if it's healing, her wound is deep. If Lancer attacks her now, she'll be defeated without even being able to defend herself. But with this overwhelming advantage, Lancer doesn't move. He glares at the girl, grinding his teeth so hard that I can hear it. This really isn't. This one is literally an anime line. This is more of an anime line, not so much a voice that seems to echo from the ground.
ケイボルク。オミはアイルランドの光の巫女か。
God, this really does show how short Saber is, by the way. My lord almighty. Lancer frowns. His hostility disappears as he clucks his tongue in annoyance.
ドジったぜ。こいつを出すからには必殺でなけりゃやばいってのにな。まったく有名すぎるのも考えものだ。
Yep. Pressure goes away. Lancer doesn't even attack the wounded girl and simply turns his back and moves to the edge of the yard.
己の正体を知られた以上、どちらかが消えるまでやり合うのがサーバントのセオリーだが、あいにくうちの雇い主は臆病者でな。
I want
槍が交わされたのなら帰ってこい。
dodge and dodgeable spear. Yeah, exactly. That's almost a fate line. It was almost. We were close to that. Tell me to capacity to have evaded my lands.
逃げるのか、ランサー。
ああ、追ってくるのなら構わんぞセイバー。ただし、その時は決死の覚悟を抱いてこい。
With one bound, Lancer easily jumps over the wall and disappears.
待て、ランサ
Not
ー。
even done with this day yet. Wounded girl starts running to pursue the enemy.
バカかあいつ。
I run through the yard with all my strength. The girl will go after him if I don't stop her instantly. But there was no need for that. When the girl tries to jump over the wall, she clenches her chest and stops. I run to her and stare at her. No, I try to approach her to call out, but I forget about it when I come. To put it simply, everything about her is absurd. Now that I'm near her, I can tell that the shining armor she wears is really heavy. The old-fashioned cloth is smooth as a vivid blue. No, that isn't what fascinates me. The girl, who seems to be a few years younger than me, is beautiful. Tonal hair lit by the moonlight is finely textured, as if sprinkled with gold dust. The face, with some sign of naivete, is elegant, and her white skin looks soft. Okay, Shiro, enough is enough. Fair enough. Good to know. I can't call out to her because I am fascinated by her beauty. And also for another reason.
なんで
Because seeing the girl fighting and getting her somehow made me mad. All the while, I'm fascinated with her. The girl has her hand on her chest. But that ends quickly. Girl lets her chest go and looks up as if the pain has gone away. Stares directly at me. I'm not sure how I should talk to her, but I noticed something about her.
傷がなくなってる
Even though it missed her heart, that lance stabbed her in the chest. But she's unscathed. I've heard of healing magics, but I didn't see her using anything like that. That must mean she automatically heals even when she is weak. Then my brain switches gears. This is no time to be fascinated by her. She's a strange being. I can't let my guard down until I know what she...
お前何者だ
I take half a step back and ask her.
何者も何もセーバーのサーバントです。あなたが私を呼び出したのですから確認をするまでもないでしょう。
セイバーのサーバント
はい。ですから私のことはセーバーと。
She replies without hesitation. Her tone is polite yet gentle, and just hearing it makes my head blank. Hey, what am I getting excited about?
そうか変な名前だな
I hide my burning face with my hand and reply really stupidly. I don't know what else to say. I don't know of any such thing to say. Since I asked her name, isn't it natural for her to introduce herself? In that case, it would be impolite to stay silent like this.
俺はシロエミやシロって言ってこの家の人間だ
What am I doing? Are my answers getting stupider? But she told me her name, so I should answer too. I know I'm confused right now, but I have to reply no matter what this is. Girl, Saber just stares at me without changing expression.
いや違う今のはなしだ聞きたいのはそういうことでなくてつまりだな
分かっています。あなたは正規のマスターではないのですね。
ね
しかしそれでもあなたは私のマスターです。契約を交わした以上あなたを裏切りはしない。そのように警戒する必要はありません。
Crap. I can hear her words, but they make no sense. All I know is that she's calling me with those words like master.
それは違う俺マスターなんて名前じゃないぞ
それでは素人。ええ、私としてはこの発音の方が好ましい。
As soon as she says my name, I think my face lit up on fire. Shouldn't you call someone by their last name on a first meeting?
ちょっと待てなんだってそっちの方
Pain suddenly runs through my left hand. Oh hey, look at that! The back of my hand is burning. My hand feels like it's in a fire, and on it is a strange mark that looks like a tattoo.
それは霊樹と呼ばれるものです、シロ。私たちサーバントを律する3つの命令権であり、マスターとしての命でもある。むやみな使用は避けるように。
お前
Before I can finish with "Are you?", the air around her changes.
シロ、傷の治療を。
Speaks in a cold voice. Seems her attention is on something far away, behind the wall, not on me.
待てまさか俺に言ってるのか悪いけどそんな難しい魔術は知らないしそれにもう治ってるじゃないかそれ
Saber frowns a bit. I think I said something really wrong there.
ではこのままで臨みます。自動修復は外面を覆っただけですが、あと一度の戦闘ならば支障はないでしょう。
あと一度って何を
外の敵は2人。この程度の重圧なら数秒で倒し得る相手です。
This is the same for Chaldea Master. Yeah, basically. Saying so, Saber jumps lightly. like Lancer, she leaps over the wall and disappears outside. I mean, Shiro is a terrible master in the department of actually knowing, of using magic and having magic and, you know, magic outside of Trace on. Shiro is pretty bad as a master, realistically speaking, when you think about it. I'm left alone in the yard. As soon as I say it out aloud, I realize what it means.
ちょっと待て、まだ戦うっていうのか、お前。
My body starts to move. Without thinking, I run to the gate with full force. I run to the gate, lock it with a trembling hand, jump outside.
セイバー、どこだ？
I search through the dark. Moon is hidden. Now of all time, it's completely dark. What? I hear something nearby.
そこか。
I run to the small road with no sign of anyone on it. It all happens in an instant. Saber is confronting a familiar guy in red. Saber runs at a man in red without hesitation, takes his guard down with one blow, and easily slashes the man in red. Saber raises her arm to finish him off, but right before the man in red's neck is slashed, he disappears as a powerful magic is cast. Saber doesn't stop. She dashes to the person behind the man in red and easily cuts off the large spell the person launched. I knew she was strong, but this is overwhelming. That spell right now was at the level of intervention magic that I cannot even compare with. Father could use one as strong as that, but to cast a natural intervention of that power instantly. I don't think even a first-class magus could do so. But Sarah nullified even that master-class magic. That's because magical resist A sucks to deal with. A plus. A or A plus. The enemy must be a magus, as the match is decided right there. The magus attacks are no use against Saber, and she mercilessly attacks the magus. I have one question, I just have something. Sound of someone falling back. The magus has miraculously dodged Saber's blow, but the enemy now cannot move. Saber corners the enemy and points her invisible sword. My mind freezes. Probably because the moon lights up the scene for an instant. I can tell that the figure Saber is pointing at is. I can't tell who it is, but the image of Saber killing someone and getting splatter of blood pops into my head. Saber moves. She will pierce the enemy's throat with the thing in her hand.
やめろ、セイバー。
Go far, Mix. Okay, man. Have a good one. See you in a bit. I scream as loud as I can. Sword stops. Thank God I can't see her sword. The end of her invisible sword isn't wet with the enemy's blood.
やめろ。頼むからやめてくれ、セイバー。
I address her, glaring. Prepare myself to do my best to stop her.
なぜ止めるのです、シロ。彼女はアーチャーのマスターです。ここで仕留めておかなければ。
No, Saber has no intention of stopping. She only stopped because I said so. She's ready to bring her sword down at any time.
だから待てって。人のことをマスターだとか言ってるけど、こっちは点でわからないんだ。俺をそんな風に呼ぶんなら、少しは説明するのが筋ってもんだろう。
Saber doesn't answer. She only stares at me in silence.
順番が違うだろう、セイバー。俺はまだお前が何なのか知らない。けど話してくれるなら聞くから、そんなことはやめてくれ。
Saber is silent, still pointing her sword at the fallen enemy. She looks at me discontent.
そんなこととはどのようなことか。あなたはむやみに人を傷つけるな、などという理想論を挙げるのですか。
Not hurting anyone unnecessarily. Well, it is true that we should avoid fights as much as possible, but I'm not so good-natured as to release someone who came to attack me.
つまりあなたは敵であれ命を絶つなと言いたいのでしょう。そのような言葉には従いません。敵は倒すものです。それでもやめろというのであれば、令状を持って私を律しなさい。
いや、 そんなことっていうのはお前のことだ。女の子が剣なんて振り回すもんじゃない。怪我をしてるならなおさらだろう。ってそっか、本当に剣を持ってるかどうかはわからないんだっけ。あ、いや、とにかくそういうのはダメだ。
Everybody's just like, what the fuck have I just heard? Saber looks dumbfounded, as if taken aback. How long were we standing like that?
で、いつになったら剣を下げてくれるのかしらね、セイバーさんは。
Finger on the ground suddenly speaks. Saber suddenly concentrates her attention on the corner.
諦めなさい。敵を前にして下げる剣はありません。
あなたのマスターは下げろって言ってるのに。へえ、セイバーとマロンサーバントが主に逆らうって言うんだ。
Saber grits her teeth. Saber lowers her sword and relaxes. Saber's hostility disappears, so she must have put away her sword as well.
さ、なら立ってもいいのよね、私。
No way. The one on the ground stands up. Looks shameless, brushing her hair. Ha! Hey, wait a second. Sulky person is definitely... What? Welcome back.
お前遠さか。
ええ。こんばんは、エミヤくん。
Tosaka Rin replies with a big smile. That gets me. If she greets me normally like that, everything that happened up to now seems like a dream, and no, my head's about to explode. Ah, jeez, how easy would things be if it did?
あ、いや、だからさっきの魔術は遠坂が使ったってことだから、つまり
魔術師ってことでしょ。まあ、お互い似たようなもんだし、隠す必要もないわよね。
Yep. When she replies clearly like that, it makes me seem stupid for asking.
いいから話は中でしましょう。どうせ何も分かってないんでしょ、エミヤくんは。
So saying, she walks forward to the entrance.
待て遠坂、何考えてんだお前。
And then turns in the smile on her face and isn't like this one.
バカね、いろいろ考えてるわよ。だから話をしようって言ってるんじゃない。エミヤくん、突然の事態に驚くのもいいけど、素直に認めないと命取りって時もあるのよ。ちなみに今がその時だと分かって。
She glares at me.
分かればよろしい。それじゃあ行こっか、エミヤくんのお家にね。
Jesus Christ. Tosaka goes through the gate.
なんかすげえ怒ってるぞ、あいつ。
I wonder why. It's only natural. She had a sword pointed at her until now, and she was almost killed.
いや、それにしたって。
Is it just my imagination, or is she totally unlike how she seems at school? It's not just imagination, buddy. Where she was. So, I'm in a strange situation. In front of me is the school's #1 idol whom I admire, Tosaka Rin. And following silently behind me is Saber, who calls herself a servant. Oh, always suddenly feels like a different dimension. But I can't be a coward forever. I'm a Magus, even if I am just an amateur. Tosaka Rin, a Magus just like me, is acting so fearlessly, so I have to act firmly too. But I can only work out a few things. First, about Saber is following me. I'm sure that she is some kind of familiar because she calls me master. And I've made a contract. I hear that a familiar is some kind of an assistant for a Magus. Most Magi transfer part of their body into something and summon it as another self. For the other self, Omegas usually uses a small animal. That's simply because it's easy to take over the mind of something like a cat or dog. Some Magi use a human as their familiar, but you need enough magical energy to restrain a human at all times to do such a thing. But if one constantly uses enough magical energy to control someone, it would take most of the Omegas' magical energy to sustain the familiar. But that'd be putting the cart before the horse. A familiar is something that assists the Omegas. Reduce the burn on the Omegas, it is commonly accepted that small animals are most suited. So I've been taught, but...
何かあるのですか、シロ。
ああ、いや、なんでもない。
Saber looks human no matter how you look at her. And she is clearly superior to me, her master. I don't have the magical energy to control such a person, and more than that, I don't have the magic surrogate to summon a familiar. She's so Saiba precious indeed. So Saber must be something rather unlike a familiar. Instead, she's a servant. I don't know what that is, but I think the man called Lancer and the man in red with Tosaka were the same thing. Then it must be that Tosaka is also called a master. Just saw her magic skills. If I am worth half a Omegas, she is worth about 3 Magi. Well, of course, there's no point in comparing me to other Magi when I can only use the strengthening magic. Anyway, Tosaka is an amazing Magus. In any spiritually superior land is a family of Magi that looks after that land. The Emiya family only came to this land in Kiritsugu's generation, so we're just strangers. That's why I didn't know that the Tosakas were Magi, and I don't think Tosaka knew that the Emmas were a family of Magi either. There are several Magi in this town that I don't know about. If Lancer is the familiar of another Magus in this town, then does it mean that I stuck my head into a conflict between Magi?
へえ、結構広いのね。和風っていうのも新鮮だな。あ、エミヤくん、そこが今？
Saying so, Tosaka goes into the living room. Let's stop thinking for now. Let's just listen to Tosaka's story. And with that, chat, I think we'll take a stop here because we're 5 hours and 6 minutes in, and my throat hurts and everything hurts, including my neck, weirdly enough. So I need a break now. Plus, dinner should be close to ready as well. Yeah, it's like 5 hours in already. Yeah, don't worry, you have 5 hours to watch this on YouTube. Have fun with that, if you wish. Well, for the people that haven't watched. Either way, you guys have a good one. I will see you guys all next time, next Thursday. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do Thursday. Thank you. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do Thursday, but we'll see. Either way, I hope you enjoyed this, and I will see you guys next. Bye-bye.